It is that time. Time for Stiles and Watkins.
You can join the show by texting 916-339-1140. Find us on YouTube at Sactown Sports 1140.
It's time for Alan Stiles and Chris Watkins.
Yes. On a Tuesday, Stiles and Watkins, Sactown Sports, taking you up to 2 p.m. March Madness is officially over. Kings have a huge game tonight. And first and foremost, got Nate with us today. But second and foremost, thank you to everybody for coming out to Fieldhouse. It was a great time meeting a lot of you, getting to know you a little bit better, what you do for work, how you listen to us, what you're excited for with the station. So just wanted to say thanks to everybody for coming out. Chris?
Yeah, no, I mean, it was a great event. It was okay game. Like I didn't think the game itself was all that enthralling. I thought that putback dunk was amazing. But I mean, it was definitely a great crowd, great environment, and definitely hope to have a lot more of those things out there because it was great to see everybody.
Well, the weather is warming up, so we're going to definitely have more opportunities for stuff like that, and we plan on taking full advantage. Yeah, as far as the game was concerned, basically we saw two things the last 2 days in college basketball. We saw the best player versus the best team, and that's what we saw with Caitlin Clark, and to a much lesser degree as far as excitement, definitely that's what we saw with Zach Edey. And, we spent a lot of time talking about the hate that Caitlin Clark received, and I don't think it's similar just because of how polarizing she is. I wouldn't call Zach Edey polarizing, but there is a lot of hate out there as far as if you're 7'4", people tend to think that you won some form of a genetic lottery, and if I were 7'4", I'm being that person. And we talked about this meme. There's a meme going around of a quote that says, if I was 7'4", I'd be the best player in college too. And the room is just filled with beer cans and trash, other fun stuff all over the place. But me and you did say, where is that line? Because what I saw somebody post was Zach Edey's stats compared to other 7'4" athletes, which I thought was it made a lot of sense to post. We get that. But how unathletic, I gotta be careful here, but what is the height limit to where it's acceptable to not be athletic at all? Like, if you're 7 foot and you just didn't even play in college, that's just crazy to me.
Yeah, no, it shouldn't happen. I think like
6'8". I think I'll say 6'10". 6'10".
In terms of if you never played.
If you never played anything and you're just 6'10" for absolutely no reason. College, and I won't even say D1.
Sure.
6'10", any type of college, that's bad.
Sure, yeah, I would say that. I would say 6'10" is probably the line where it's
that's the line.
At least like get a goalie in there. So I don't know. You can figure out another sport besides basketball. But yeah, I mean, I think, I do think a lot of Zach Edey's his game is essentially predicated off of I'm very, very large, and like that's really it. Like, I mean, it's not I don't mean to say he's not good at basketball, because like you said, I mean, there's a list of other guys who are his height that have put up way less like 1 point per game and two. Like, there's guys who can't really even tie their shoes being that big, and the fact that he's able to play for 40 minutes in a game is incredibly impressive, but his mobility is not there. Like, he's just too big. Like, he is too big, and he's too plotting, and nobody plays throw it into the post, back it down, and maybe he's going to make the shot. But like, that's not how NBA basketball is played. So, I mean, it works in college. It's very, I think you might've said it yesterday, it's very Wilt Chamberlain-esque, but besides that, I mean, I just don't know if he's anything more than like I'm seeing top 15 in NBA mock drafts. I think he's like Boban, where it's like, he's going to check in and he might be able to do some things, but if you're like, he's never going to be a part of your rotation.
No. And we'll get into it a little bit more later, because I saw late first round, early second round too. So who knows? And look, you know what? And what you said there, it is a little bit confusing, because you say you're so big, you should get an opportunity and play well.
Yeah.
But it is also impressive when you're that big and you are athletic, because it is harder to be athletic at that size. So it's somewhere in the middle to where you can give him his flowers. But I do think that if a lot of people out in these streets were able to keep most of their athleticism and be 7'4", I feel fairly confident they'd at least be in college, right? I'm not going to say the NBA in college. It's the same thing, honestly, with Camila Cardoso on South Carolina. I mean,
Absolutely.
she's 6'7".
She's huge. Yeah, she's not super skilled,
No,
but she can throw the ball in the hoop.
Yeah, they had 18,000 offensive rebounds, right? So some of this stuff you can teach, some of it you can't. But a win is a win, and a championship is a championship. Trust me, we have sound from Dan Hurley and the UConn Huskies, because that guy, I mean, you talk about a polarizing coach. A lot of people do not like him at all. We have sound on him with Zach Edey, and I think we can pull this back around to the Kings in that if there is a dude who's just that much better than everybody, or someone that's just that unstoppable, just let him eat, but don't let others get involved. And that is what Dan Hurley's kind of plan was against the Purdue Boilermakers. Going to women's basketball, the numbers are in, Chris, and 18 mil. They did 18 mil this time. 18.7 million people watched Iowa versus South Carolina on Sunday. They peaked at one point at 24 million. Viewership up 89%. 89% based on 2023, and 285% from 2022 from two most recent women's national championship games, most watched basketball game, men's or women's, college or pro, since 2019. Now I want to look up who was playing in 2019, excluding football and Olympics, most watched sporting event since 2019. So we'll get you, we'll get you who that was. But yeah, great stuff. And look, it's going to get a little bit quiet next season. They're not going to get to this next season. But the point is, at least you got there. There are going to be some other players in there that keep it rolling. So shout out to the women's, because I'll tell you what, that game last night, and can we talk about this? We were out there from 5 to 7 Fieldhouse. It was a great time, and we stayed for the whole game because this is a show of the people, and the people wanted us to stay. But that's who decided that 6:20 start time.
I don't know, but they need to be fired, because like even us on the West Coast are like, that's too late.
Yeah,
that's too late for us. And honestly, like, I mean, the reality of the situation is how many people in the West Coast even really care about college basketball? Like college basketball especially feels
besides Jake Gaydon.
Well, he's from Connecticut, which is why he cares. I mean, I think it's primarily an East Coast sport, and like, you know, I don't really get why you have probably the largest pool of viewing audience starting that game at 9:30 and then ending probably around 11:30, maybe 12. Like in both of the teams playing, I know the event itself was in Phoenix. It was in Arizona.
Yes.
And so that's why it's at Western Conference time or Western time zone. But the two schools playing, I assume, I don't know exactly. Where is Purdue, actually? I don't know.
Purdue, I believe.
I don't know where Purdue is, but I'm pretty sure it's on the East Coast.
Yeah, it's in the middle. That's why it's big time. Is it?
Gotcha.
Indiana.
That would make sense.
It's Indiana.
That would make sense.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, I mean, either way, they're in a later time zone. Obviously you don't know that leading in, but I just would have thought that you would want as big of a pool as possible. And I think if you move that start time even an hour earlier to 5:30, some of your West Coast people might only get to it at like 6 after they get off work, but that's going to improve so much of the East Coast viewing. I don't know. I mean, it didn't make sense to me, but at the same time, we shouldn't be surprised that the NCAA does something that doesn't make sense and just isn't right. So.
Yeah, and I've read something as far as the NCAA, when the national championship happens, they kind of parlay it, and we'll talk about our prop talk. It did not go well, but it doesn't count against our record, though, because it wasn't Kings. They parlay it with an opportunity for the who's who of college sports to meet and discuss things. And I saw an article that said the one thing they didn't discuss was the end of kind of the amateur nation of college sports, which feels like one of the most important things that they should have discussed. So they're kind of all over the place, and we'll kind of see how that ends as well.
Can I give you a very interesting number I was looking up there?
Okay.
We were talking about Zach Edey and the 7-footers and just being 7 feet, how big of a luxury it is. This is kind of old numbers. This is from 9 to 10 years ago. So, inflation and all that,
yeah.
I guess. But this is from my guy, Pablo Torre, who does great work with investigative journalism. He found that around 17% of American 7-footers end up playing in the NBA. So if you are 7 feet tall, born in America, again, this is 10 years ago, so who knows how it's kind of fluctuated with the international pool and all that stuff. But 17% of American 7-footers end up playing. So you have a 1 in 5 chance pretty much just from being born in this country and being 7 feet.
Well,
and that's just NBA. That's not including G League. That's not including D2.
Yeah.
D3. Like, you're probably getting a D1 scholarship. Like, I would
number,
guess that, like,
that's
40,
what I was gonna
50%.
Yeah, I was gonna say that number has to skyrocket to 50 if 50%, I'd say, for college, right?
Yeah.
You would guess,
right?
And then that other 50, maybe you're just too big, you just can't put it together. Because Zach Edey he's Canadian, so he wouldn't even count for that. But 1 in 5, that's what I'm saying. I mean,
and 2 of those are the Plumlee brothers. So
and that's not
the Lopez. They're all taking.
And that's not to say
out, man.
that's not to say that they don't work hard at their craft.
No,
we're not saying that.
Yeah.
We're saying that you literally cannot teach.
There's just a better chance. There's just a better chance.
He playing yesterday. And actually Klingon was. I think he's 7 foot.
He is,
because Edey's 7'4".
Yes,
Klingon is 7 foot. I don't know if he's American or not, but there you go, right there.
Little tiny guy.
He looked like it. I mean, these guys, the point guards looked. I'm looking up. I'm like, are there some Zonts out there? I'm like, no, they're not Zonts. No, they're just standing next to 7'4" Zach Edey. When we return, continue with the conversation. What's at stake for the Kings tonight? Is it time to embrace the play? And also, Draymond had some things to say about Zach Edey and a lot of other things with Klay Thompson. We'll break it all down. Stiles and Watkins, Sactown Sports.
Did you miss any part of shows? Don't worry, you never have to miss them again. Check out SactownSports.com and search our podcast page and play our shows when you want. The Carmichael Dave Show with Jason Ross, Stiles and Watkins, and the Drive Guys. Plus, other podcasts like Return of the Empire, Return of the Roar, the Stingers Up podcast, and Golf to Go with Frank LaRosa.
They're all available right now on SactownSports.com.
Guys, did you know your testosterone affects everything in your system, including how you feel and perform every day? Right now, Revive Men's Health Sacramento will check your testosterone for free. Knowing your T level is the first step in understanding if you have low T. Your testosterone level impacts your energy, libido, sleep, weight, hair loss, mood, and even ED. Maintaining an appropriate T level can change your whole life. Most men start to see changes in their hormone levels in their 30s. Get your T levels checked today by local, experienced, and trusted men's health experts. They're in Midtown in the Cal Sutter Medical Building and also offer telemedicine appointments. Plus, with free shipping directly to you, Revive takes the hassle out of treating low T and ED. Schedule your free testosterone test, free exam, and free consultation today. Call Revive Men's Health at 916-365-4566. That's 916-365-4566 or visit ReviveMen'sHealth.com.
Sactown Sports. Call or text at 916-339-1140.
As we talk about some of the biggest players in the game, we can talk about the opposite and the smallest players in the game. Former Kings. I don't want to say legend, but he was a fan favorite, former Kings fan favorite. Isaiah Thomas officially signs his son's contract. He went through basically the JTA thing to 10 days, and then eventually they just signed him. I don't think we'll see him. He's not getting very much playing time unless the Suns blow somebody out. But shout out to Isaiah Thomas. I sat here on these airways. It was Zont on Zont crime. I said, hey, if you really want to play, you should go overseas.
Right.
He refused to go overseas, and he just kept grinding, and he's back in the league. And this is what he wanted. And I do wonder sometimes, Chris, once you get what you want, does it feel the same? Because I have no clue. I know he's not playing, right? He's on the team. He's not playing. He's mentoring guys. If we and I know there's so many leagues and Kemba Walker dropped 70 or 80 points somewhere. Do you think that most guys, like let's say Kemba Walker, or maybe it just depends where you're at in your career, but do you think IT is saying this is what I wanted, man, versus just cooking somewhere overseas? Do you think it's that important to some guys to just be in the NBA, even if they're not sniffing anytime?
Oh yeah, for sure. I mean, it's the top league in the world, and a lot of these guys, especially like IT, who you feel like your career was just like snatched from you. It's the carrot that you dangle in front of yourself every day when you're working out. It's like, one day I'm going to be back in the league. Nobody has the aspiration. Sorry, no offense, but like no one's like, I can't wait to dominate Europe. Like everybody is doing everything to try and get into the league. And so you finally get there, and it doesn't matter if you're playing 0 minutes or 30, you're going to say, this is what I've been working for, is just to get a shot, get a chance to be in the building. And, IT knows what it is probably, but who knows? I mean, campaign goes out for an extended period of time and maybe IT gets a shot. And it's just about putting yourself in the opportunity to take an opportunity. And I think, it's,
Bradley Beal, you never know either.
Exactly. I think there is an element of, family in this too. Like I saw him post the other day. I think right when he signed his contract, he posted a picture of his two sons. No pun intended, his two sons who saw him play with Phoenix when he was there initially. And, they're, 4 years old, and now, they're 10 and much bigger and adult. And it's like, it's the ability to show his kids like, hey, dad still got it. And, I'm sure they have fond memories of, oh, dad, you remember when you used to be in the league and we could just hang out with you in the practice facility and all that stuff. And it disappears. And, I'm sure a big part of this was IT wanting to show his sons, like, I'm nice. Like, I know you guys barely remember it, but I used to be that guy. And I know you guys hear the short jokes about me all the time. And you probably hear about how your dad used to be a baller. Like, I think it's a big part of it is him wanting to show, I still got it.
They said they wanted a Frosty.
All time quote.
We might need to fire that up just in honor of IT getting back into the league. They said they wanted a Frosty. I'm looking here at some of the guys that are getting some time, and the Suns just one of the most confusing rosters.
They suck.
I mean, is he?
Can I just say the Suns suck?
Are we sure?
I hate their roster.
Are we sure that Damian Lee is better than Isaiah Thomas?
He's not. He's just not.
Damian Lee has been averaging 20 minutes a game.
I think that's my least favorite player who gets significant playing time. He hit a game winner against the Kings.
I'll tell you this
2 years ago. I can't stand him.
Did you know
Steph's, what is he? He might as well be nephew.
Brother-in-law.
Brother-in-law.
But that's some people in Warriors world and Warrior land. They couldn't stand Damian Lee. They wouldn't even call him by name. They would just say, can someone get Steph's brother-in-law off the court now?
I mean, that's really like, I mean, shout out him. I think he hits a ton of threes. Like, he's got a really good shooting percentage, which I guess has kept him in the league, but I don't get it. I don't really see, we've never had him here in Sac, so I haven't really watched, Damian Lee in and out every single rotation, but I just don't feel like he's because he played on the Warriors when JTA was there. And I remember thinking like both of these guys don't really feel like they're pro players. They just kind of feel like we had 2 roster spots and we're paying everybody a ton of, which you could argue is kind of the Phoenix situation. So no, I hate Phoenix's roster a ton. I like the second they started actually playing bull consistent rotational minutes, I was like, you guys are down so tremendously bad.
7-footer.
Shout out 7
I'm
foot.
sorry, I just wanted a Frosty.
Bol has played in, what is this, like, I think it's
he's
like
getting
20
good time.
straight games.
No, he's getting good time.
Like, this is the most,
because
22 straight games he has played in.
The
original Wemby has played in 22 straight games for Phoenix, which is just the ultimate sign of how in trouble they are. I just can't believe that they are doing that in like down the stretch of trying to make the playoffs here.
Yeah, just a bizarre constructed roster, and you know where it is. And Devin Booker is trying to beat bald allegations. Did you hear about this?
That, yeah.
So basically,
not him.
it's not him at all. But somebody posted on social media that there is a NBA player who is bald.
Yes.
And whatever the procedure, but whatever the thing is that they do,
or he's got he's just bald on top.
He's bald on top.
Yeah,
he's got hair on the sides,
yeah.
And he goes through a setup to where they shave the rest of whatever is left on the top, some type of glue or something, and they put hair on top, and it looks
turf.
The problem is it had the same skin color as Devin Booker.
Yeah, it's a crispy lineup too.
In the crispy lineup, and the hair is similar. So Devin Booker had to speak out and say, "Hey, that's not me. That's not me getting this hair procedure." So we don't know who it is. We don't know who it is. So the Suns, they got a lot of random stuff going on, and they're also trying to stay out of the play-in, which they're successful as of right now. Another huge night all around the league, with last night having a night off because of the championship. And obviously, Chris, it doesn't matter. You know, we see so many, and we've even kind of talked about them on the show. I saw the Lakers won. This is what the Lakers want tonight. This is what I honestly, this is worse than the trade deadline to me. The Kings got to win, and I'll watch what we watch. We'll do our pocket watching, but we know what the perfect scenario is. It's
your team wins, everybody else loses.
What are we talking about?
How it goes.
What are we talking about? I don't need a straight up breakdown, and they're writing it out and things like that. So obviously there's a ton at stake for the Kings, and when I look at the Kings and the Thunder, we know that's a bonus. He has to have a good game. That's the main, I guess. If you look at all the different categories of what the Kings do better than the Thunder will probably beat the Kings in a decent amount of categories, but inside presence isn't one of them. I think Chet is a better shot blocker than Sabonis, but besides that, Sabonis has given him that work the last couple of times, and we're going to need it tonight.
Yeah, no, definitely. I mean, the one area where you mentioned the OKC's definitely going to have the advantage is free throws for sure. I mean, we know Shea is a foul baiter, and even in this post All-Star break of just letting these guys hit each other with 2x4s, Shea still manages to get a ton of foul calls. So that's definitely going to be something that they're going to have to manage, and they got to hit their shots. I mean, that's really something that's been a universal all season long, but it's going to be tough for this team, I think, to try and play that defensive mindset that they've had this past couple months. I really think that, they might have to go deep into their bag today and go more offensive and just definitely try and take advantage of that Sabonis-Chet matchup as much as you can, because I think that's really the biggest advantage that the Kings have in this matchup is with those two. Everything else, OKC can kind of match Sacramento player for player. So got to be a big night from Domas.
It has to be. Coming up next, we continue the conversation. Dan Hurley on Zach Edey, and how can the Kings take a page out of that book? Stiles and Watkins, Sactown Sports.
It's the final road game of the regular season for the Sacramento Kings.
Blocked over the shoulder by Sabonis, and it's grabbed by Colby Jones. 32 seconds to go. Here comes Fox and the Kings. Difference between the clocks is 13 seconds. Fox for three. De'Aaron Fox has just hit a triple to put Sacramento on top, 100-99.
Check out the Kings and the Thunder from Oklahoma City. Tip-off Tuesday at 5 on your home of the Kings, Sactown Sports.
When you take the time to shop at Folsom Lake Honda, there's one thing you'll always find: happy people ready to serve you. As a family-owned and operated dealership since 2009, customer service is our #1 priority. Our customers love doing business with us, and you will too.
Looking to own or lease? During the spring sales event, drive a brand new Accord or Civic. Visit us today at FolsomLakeHonda.com, your one-stop Honda shop.
Folsom Lake Honda, your one-stop Honda shop.
Bonneville International Radio Station contests are open to participants at least 18 years of age and older that are residents of California and who reside in one of the 6 counties that make up the Sacramento metro area, unless otherwise specified. Employees or agents of the station, Bonneville International Corporation, other area radio stations, or any entity associated with the contest are not eligible to win, unless the station otherwise specifies in its own discretion. Persons who have won in the last 30 days from a station contest or event may not be eligible. For a copy of the general contest rules, visit khdk.com.
I love this time of year when the azaleas begin to bloom and the singing birds' sweet dawn chorus remind us that blue skies and sunshine are at hand. Hi, this is Frank LaRosa with a word about Naturewood Home Furnishings. In sports, the definition for the word master is one who's achieved a high degree of skill, and that will be on display in the highly anticipated golf tournament. In the furniture business, a master is a highly skilled craftsman, an artist even, whose work is coveted by those who appreciate design, quality, and durability. John Keyes was the mastermind of Naturewood Home Furnishings. He knew that you wanted your home to reflect your personal style, whether that was a plain coffee table or a masterpiece for you to enjoy forever. That's why when you walk into Naturewood Home Furnishings, you'll find the largest and best selection of the highest quality home furnishings in Northern California. Masterful. Naturewood Home Furnishings, off Highway 50 at Hazel. Look for the water wheel.
What's holding you back from learning the language you've always wanted to speak?
Too hard.
Takes too long.
Not with Babbel. Babbel's lessons take just 10 minutes a day.
10 minutes isn't long.
Nope. And they're fun.
Fun isn't hard.
Right. Babbel's interactive lessons, podcasts, games, and more make languages fun and engaging. You might even forget you're learning. And Babbel's lessons are built around real life. Babbel teaches language skills you'll actually use, about travel, business, relationships, and more. You'll learn what matters most to you. Plus, Babbel's lessons are designed to get you having real conversations in as little as 3 weeks.
Just 3 weeks? Even better.
Since Babbel's lessons are voiced by real native speakers, you'll get pronunciation just right and be able to carry on conversations with confidence.
Learning a language with Babbel doesn't take long.
And with Babbel, it isn't hard.
It's perfect.
Get Babbel. It starts here. Go to Babbel.com to try for free. That's Babbel.com. Babbel.com. Babbel.com.
Hey, it's Carmichael Dave inviting you to make the switch to electric this spring and save big with American Energy. Stay ahead of those spiking energy bills this summer with up to $9,000 in rebates on a new ultra-high efficiency comfort system. American Energy is providing huge rebates from SMUD as well as spring specials by installing one of many incredibly efficient AC options available to you right now. Get rid of those fluctuating gas bills in the winter and switch to year-round all-electric with American Energy. Let them perform a free in-home energy efficiency analysis and see where they can help you save for the warmer months ahead. These guys are the best. Been serving the greater Sacramento area since 1981. A+ from the Better Business Bureau. Learn more by calling 916-520-9990. That's 916-520-9990.
Call 916-520-9990 now.
Live and local. Live and local.
This is Sactown Sports.
It's an interesting one, Chris. I don't know how often this stuff ever actually goes through, but from the 916, hey guys, I know it's water under the bridge now, but did the Kings look into protesting the Celtics game? If not, why not? Seems like the perfect scenario where it could be considered. Every time I think about the protesting a game, the only thing I think about is, I don't know how long ago this was. He was still on the Rockets when James Harden made a shot that hooked around. It went in the basket. It flipped around and hit back off the rim, and the refs didn't realize it. And they said they said that James Harden missed when it went in the basket. And I think the Rockets, because Daryl Morey was there at that time, I believe they protested that. I don't really know how the protesting works. I just know that it rarely ever
never works. Yeah, it never actually ends up coming to fruition. I think last year the Mavericks, protested a game against the Warriors because there was a situation where the refs didn't tell Dallas or told Dallas that they were inbounding going the other way, and Golden State just inbounded it and then scored on the hoop right there. And they were like, oh, like, that's not fair.
I remember that.
Yeah. I would say that they probably didn't protest it, probably because there's not enough time. Usually those protests take like a month or a couple weeks to hear back from. And, maybe the NBA could expedite that process, but I just think that it's an interesting question, I guess. I mean, if there's ever a time to protest, like that is like there's no time left on the clock, and so it is reasonable to say, hey, give us that foul. We take 2 free throws, we make them, we win. We miss them, it's whatever. Yeah, I don't know. I guess that's a good question, but it doesn't seem like it's going to happen. But I do think that's actually a pretty fair question.
This is insane. The last time was on December 19th, 2007.
Right.
When the Miami Heat protested the number of fouls assessed to Shaquille O'Neal during their game against the Atlanta Hawks, and it was validated. That marked the only successful protest in the NBA over the last 41 years. And I don't even know how that ended because I'm assuming they lost. So do you get a win? Do you now get a win, or does
I think they replay it? I think they play it from the moment of the infraction, and then they play on from that point.
So let's say the Kings say, hey, let's replay. So I guess then let's just do it for whatever it's worth.
Yeah.
It's successful. They play it from Colby Jones shooting free throws.
Yeah, which would be like 0.3 seconds left, and Colby Jones at the line, Kings down 1. And the problem would be the Kings would have to, I mean, at this point, they're in OKC tonight. They fly back to Sac. I guess they would probably have to do it. I mean, the play-in tournament starts on Tuesday.
Yeah.
So the only way the Kings would be able to do this, and if we're just going to dive into Pandora's box, like they would have to play the game against the Blazers on Sunday and then fly to Boston to do this 0.3 seconds on Monday. And then, who knows if the determination of that game will change standings or anything like that, like who would play in the play-in, because then the Kings might have to fly back to Sacramento or fly to somewhere to go play in that play-in game. So it does kind of become a mess. That would be my guess as to why the Kings didn't do it, because it does, the more I think of it, the more it's like a no harm, no foul, like in terms of just protest it, and what's the worst that's going to happen? So I know that you have to pay to protest. I think it's like a $50,000 fee to like file a protest.
Yeah.
But I don't know. It's an interesting question, but my answer would probably be logistically, the NBA doesn't want that.
Can we just also be honest here? And I don't know that integrity is the right word, but I think some of this is, he got fouled, but you're protesting a game in which you should have lost that game.
I don't think that plays into a factor, but I'm sure maybe in a back room, maybe that is said.
It's kind of a bad look.
Maybe like if you continue to this is agree, because we never checked the 2-minute report. I don't know if they came out and said, like, had confirmed that was a miscall, but
they did.
They did. I mean, if that's the case, then I don't know what else you really need to say. Like, this is a sham, and
right.
I'm sure that would be thrown out at some point in those negotiations between Adam Silver or the league and Vivek, who is protesting. I'm sure they would say, well, you were never meant to be in it anyway, so forget about it. Like,
right.
Let's
he just looks at him.
Yeah, he's like,
Adam Silver goes,
come on.
Who was in the game for that?
Come on.
And by the way,
O'Shea Brissett.
I know it's a tiny sample size, but in the NBA, Colby Jones, free throw percentage.
Oh, I don't even want to know. He was so bad in college too.
28%.
Yeah.
So then let's say he splits.
Yeah.
The big boys are coming back in.
That's another decent point.
And maybe not. Maybe not. Well, I guess in the replay. I even thought that in my head. Yeah. I thought if they go to overtime, I don't know. Maybe he just keeps riding it. Yeah. But at some point, because now your guys are cold. Okay. Right. They're already mentally out of the game. He probably leaves them out, which is just,
I guess at that point.
Shout out. 916. Very interesting. But 2007.
Yeah.
So clearly, for whatever reason, it doesn't happen often. And as Chris said, it happened last season, but did not go through.
They rejected it. Yeah, they rejected it last season, and it didn't make.
Because the last one was 2007. This is from The Athletic. This was in January.
Crazy.
So it just doesn't happen very often. But maybe it was worth it. I'm pretty sure it's too late now, but who knows? And we look forward to the Kings at Thunder in a game where the Thunder 53-25, Kings 45 and 33, which would have got you a nice, better spot last season. But in this year's Western Conference, that is just not good enough.
Yeah,
not good enough. No. Let's hear from Dan Hurley on what he had to say about Zach Edey and his defense leading up in the championship game.
Trend. Well, that was a late clock mistake. Braden had it with 3 on the clock, and he used the ball screen. And in such a late shot clock situation, like Donovan needed to get up there high and eliminate the attempt. But just the game plan and Luke, Luke for a day and a half prep to have us as ready as he did defensively for that game was just impressive. We obviously, we didn't want to give up threes. We didn't care if Zach, took 25, 28 shots to get 30, 35 points. This whole game plan was like no Smith, no Lawyer, no Gillis, no Jones. Keep that collective group under 18, 20 points as a group. They had no chance to win.
Draymond went on to say, job well done. He's talking about number 35 on UConn. You did your job tonight. It was him that made Edey quit with about 19 minutes to go in the second half. There was a turnover, and I saw Edey's body language walking back. He was done. Now rewatch the game from that point on, #free game. Edey had 37 of their 60 points. So I don't think that he gave up Draymond. I think it just got to a point where this is exactly what we're talking about. Let's say Edey is better offensively than we think. In the NBA, everybody is shooting threes. If you want to just bang down low all day long, that's fine, but you're just not going to win.
Yeah, I mean, you're not going to win, and I cannot see him playing in the NBA. Like, he's just going to get put. I mean, you remember Rudy Gobert getting put into switches on Steph early in his career? Like, it's going to be 10 times worse with Zach Edey. He just doesn't have the foot movement, and he's going to be. And the bigger problem is too, again, it's not like he's bad. You put him in the G League, he's going to be G League MVP. There's no doubt in my mind he's going to be ridiculous. I mean, Neemias Queta was incredible for the Kings in the G League, and he's nowhere near as offensively talented or skilled as Zach Edey is. So I'm not saying he doesn't have any game, but the reality of the situation is the NBA is incredibly fast, incredibly free flowing. And Zach Edey is a plodding big man. He's just a dude who's straight out of the early 2000s. He would have been great in the early 90s, but he's not built for 2024 basketball, or NBA basketball, that is. I'm sure, no disrespect to him at all, but if he goes overseas, he's going to be a monster. He's going to be an absolute monster. But in the NBA, it's just not built for plodding, really big, immobile, 7+ footers. Like, name me one. Like, name me one guy who's 7'2" or 7'1" and doesn't look like Bol Bol or Victor Wembanyama. Like, all those guys are very skinny, very mobile. They play more like forwards than they do centers. Your Jonas Valanciunas only get 25 minutes max, and Jonas Valanciunas is incredible, and he's a lot more mobile than Zach Edey is. I just can't see it. I just can't see it happening.
Because as far as Dan Hurley's game plan and allowing one guy to eat, we've seen other teams do that in the NBA, but most of those guys that are eating also have a 3-point shot. So you can get burned because now you're talking about a 50 burger and things like that. So that's the difference when you see the Kings maybe say, okay, we'll let X player ball out, just not get other people involved, as we saw with Luka, or the Kings didn't really know what they were trying to do. At first they were blitzing and things like that. So the only way that game plan works is if the main guy is limited. If that guy isn't limited and can pass the ball and take jump shots, then it's harder to do that. But if it's just 2-point hook shots, go ahead, big fella. You can continue to do that.
Yeah, no, I mean, he's going to cook. And yeah, I mean, that game was always going to be on his teammates, the same way Caitlin Clark. That game was all about, when Caitlin's teammates were hitting shots, it was going well. But once, they shut everybody else down, it then becomes Zach Edey. Like, you're our only hope. Caitlin Clark, we need you to be hitting 35, 40 points in order for us to have a chance. And yeah, you said Zach Edey finished with 37 last night. they still lost by almost 20 points. So, and that's not Zach Edey's fault at all. That's 100% exactly what they wanted to happen. But yeah, it was always going to be on his teammates to make their shots. And, again, that's probably where Zach Edey does need to develop himself as well. Like maybe he could be a member of the rotation if he learns how to play off of him, like can he, the way that we see Sabonis create for others. Zach Edey's never going to be put in the high post, but it's a big problem with Joel Embiid. They double him and Joel doesn't know where to go with the ball. Zach Edey's got to do a similar thing where he gets doubled, find the open shooter.
Obviously, we're not trying to compare things because Sabonis should have been an MVP. He's breaking records everywhere. But watching someone like Zach Edey, it does put into perspective the way people try to act like Sabonis is so limited. Then you see a big man who is actually limited. Yeah. And you say, guys, do we still want to complain about the mid-range jump shots that he does hit from time to time? Yeah. So, there are definitely levels to this. When we return, Calipari out at Kentucky. He's still staying in the SEC, though. Also, who needs to step up tonight with the Kings and the Thunder? Who is going to guard Shea? And hopefully nobody's in foul trouble. Stiles and Watkins, Sactown Sports.
You never know what you might hear when listening to a Sacramento Kings game.
Out of Keegan, going for another triple. Man, is he feeling it. Keegan, can he do it? Yes, there's number 11, Keegan Murray. Keegan steps back. He just knocked down his 12th three-pointer, a Kings franchise record. He's got 45 points.
Never miss a moment of Sacramento Kings basketball with Sactown Sports and the Sactown Sports app.
eBay Motors is here for the ride. 120,000 miles of night drives, daily commutes, and who knows how many.
Are we there yet?
Through countless fixes, elbow grease, and a new radiator, you kept your ride alive. With eBay Motors, you have over 122 million parts to keep it running. And with eBay Guaranteed Fit, they'll be the perfect fit every time. Plus, at these prices, well, we're burning rubber, not cash. Keep your ride or die alive at ebaymotors.com. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
Welcome to the April Adventures sales event at Kia of Vacaville, where they're ushering a new season with unbeatable lease options for their 2024 lineup. As April blooms with possibilities, it's the perfect time to discover the thrill of driving a Kia, featuring the luxurious and versatile Kia Telluride. During April Adventures, Kia of Vacaville is excited to unveil their top models with irresistible lease offers. Feel the exhilaration of the all-new Kia Sportage, blending captivating design with dynamic performance. Experience the impressive fuel efficiency of the Kia Niro, a hybrid wonder that stretches your adventures further. And don't miss out on the chance to boost your journeys with the luxurious comfort and practicality of the Kia Telluride. Available now at Kia of Vacaville. Embrace the look of spring with their eco-friendly Kia hybrid options, tailored for those who seek efficiency without sacrificing style with the EV9 in stock. Kia of Vacaville is your premier destination for electric excitement. Model availability, lease options, and features may vary. For more details, visit Kia of Vacaville and embark on your April adventure today.
Seems like all this artificial intelligence stuff stirs up the age-old debate of man versus machine. Hi, it's Dan from the Good Feet store, and let me ask you, would you let a robot cut your hair? Would you rely on an app to teach a kid to ride a two-wheeler? Let's face it, some things require the human touch. People come to us seeking a solution to foot, leg, and back pain after trying all kinds of things recommended by in-store machines or website blurbs. An impersonal, generic approach to solving a problem that's unique to you. No wonder they usually don't work. At the Good Feet store, you'll meet with an arch support specialist who will take the time to learn about your needs, your feet, your lifestyle, and then fit you from over 300 models and sizes of arch supports, designed for pain relief, better balance, and more comfort. See what we can do for you with a free fitting. Just stop in or schedule an appointment. With over 200 stores, there's likely one near you. Find yours at goodfeet.com.
This is Kenny and Jerry from Bell Brothers Plumbing, Heating, and Air. Everyone knows that a group of fish is called a school, but did you know a group of giraffes is called a tower? Or how about a murder of crows, a quiver of cobras, a shadow of jaguars, a shiver of sharks, or a zeal of zebras? Wild, huh? So what do you call a group of Bell Brothers plumbers? They don't fit into any of the traditional plumber stereotypes.
They're clean and well-dressed. They're on time and courteous. They're well-trained and friendly. They're exactly the kind of people you'd be comfortable and confident to invite into your home.
That's why we proudly call them our family of plumbers. If you need a drain cleared or any other plumbing service, we'll send one of the family right over to help you out. Call Bell Brothers at 916-444-1234, or you can find us online at thenosurpriseguys.com.
The No Surprise Guys, Bell Brothers.
$20 attempts for a free throw. Okay, 20 attempts. You make one, $20 million.
Okay.
You miss every single one, 20 years in prison. Would you do it?
Oh, yeah. I mean, there's
I got
no
sweaty.
way I'm missing every
There's
single one.
no way.
There's literally not a chance.
You have to do it.
I don't think this is crazy to say. I think I could do it blindfolded.
Chris.
Chris is
Chris is going to jail.
Oh, stop it. Y'all are trash at basketball is what I'm hearing. What are you talking about?
The blindfold is crazy. The blindfold's a little crazy.
The blindfold.
No, you guys. Oh my god. No, you guys are insane. It's a free throw.
I would prefer not to go blindfolded, but I would do
Yo,
it.
Chris, do you play in like a rec league? Like,
no.
Oh, really? So okay.
It's the free throw.
I'm not gonna lie.
Free throw has been the same distance my
here we
entire
go.
life.
Free throw. Okay, blindfolded. Now you double it, but you also
Double your sentence.
Yes.
So Chris is doing
Yes.
40 mil or 40 years
Yes.
blindfolded.
Yes. Absolutely. You're right in front of the hoop. You could do it under like 20. 20 attempts is crazy.
20 attempts
That's
is
a
crazy.
lot of attempts.
Yeah. 10 is spicy.
10 is scary.
The
10 is
pressure is
spicy.
Blindfolded for 10 is scary. I would do unblindfolded. 10.
Unblindfolded for 10.
5, absolutely not.
Yeah.
I'm not
The
risking it
pressure
for
is
5.
getting me right now, just sitting in here.
It's just getting
so I
sweaty.
think that's partly why I feel like that.
Yeah, I think you got to do it. You have to do it.
20 is
do
way too many attempts.
Yeah.
I can't. 20 is ridiculous.
All right, let's do a
You
corner.
miss every single
Corner 3, same rules. 20-20. Corner 3.
Corner 3 is a little tougher for me personally. That's probably my
See, I
least
prefer
favorite
the
spot
corner.
on the floor.
Yeah, top of the key 3.
That's your least favorite. What about that?
There's no backboard. Like
Yeah.
you've
But
got
it's
to
the
nail it.
shortest.
I'm pretty sure on my corner 3s, I either airball or swish. There's no in between.
Yeah.
I would like to believe if I took 20, I would hit.
Yeah.
3.
I would hit.
It's the 20.
Yeah.
Because even if you
Yeah.
go down to 15,
Exactly.
things get a little dicey.
Bro, if I'm on like 13, 14 with a miss,
You're going to,
it's
you
over.
going to jail
It's
now?
over.
You're going
There's
to jail.
no way I'm making one of those 7 left.
Yeah.
I'm
Yeah.
done.
Yeah, you probably are.
Also,
It's
like,
good.
what jail are we going to? Is this like Folsom maximum
Right.
security?
Oh, yeah, no, you're going to
Yeah.
penitentiary.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's terrible.
You're not coming back.
Can I go to like Arkham Asylum or
No.
something? You lock
Why
me
would
up
you
there?
want to do
Yeah,
that?
Because
yeah.
you can get out of there.
There you
They
go.
break out of there all the time.
Someone says, now someone is saying 1 attempt for 100 mil or 100 years. Yeah, no.
No,
I'm not.
one
No
attempt.
way.
Absolutely
I'm
not.
not
I don't
touching
think there's a
that.
single thing I would
Yeah,
do. A
Brandon
single
Deitzman,
attempt.
hands sweaty as all hell. Yeah, it'd be
Yeah.
a tough one. I
I'm
just saw that
literally
pop up.
sweating back here.
I
I'm gonna
saw
start
that
hitting the
pop
wrong
up. I
buttons.
thought it was interesting.
20's too much. 20's too much. 10 is a conversation.
10
for
is
sure.
a conversation,
10 is
and we will have said
absolutely.
conversation in about a month from
God, I
now.
wish we had a hoop here to test this theory in one of the breaks.
Well, you already brought a
We have
football
a
up here.
busted,
Yeah.
Yeah, you already have a football up here. What else? And the football is blue. And speaking of blue, you have John Calipari leaving Big
Good
Blue
one.
Nation. Yeah. that was a 7.
It is a blue football.
It is a blue
It is
football,
blue, yeah.
and he is headed to Arkansas of all places. As the carousel continues, Arkansas's coach headed to USC.
Bus.
Yes, so there it goes. Let's hear. This is from Seth Greenberg talking about John Calipari's time at Kentucky.
I don't think he underachieved. Obviously, he had some opportunities, blown opportunities where he could have won a second national championship. He went to 4 Final Fours. He won a national championship. You know, you talk about the year, the COVID year, the 1920 year. The guy was 25-6. Maybe had a team that could have won the national championship, gone to a Final Four. It was gone. The last 3 years have been out of character for John Calipari. But when you go to 4 Final Fours and you win a national championship, and you do it with young players, which was your model, you know what? You had 4 opportunities to win a national championship, getting to the Final Four. All right? You only capitalized on 1. That's hard to do. It's hard to get to a Final Four. But I'm going to give you a bigger question. People are talking about John Calipari running from Kentucky. He's not running from Kentucky. If he wanted to run from Kentucky, he would have taken the $33 million they owed him and said, thank you very much. You don't want me to coach your team? Give me the $33 million. I'll go somewhere else. You know what he's doing? Instead, he is running to Arkansas, a place that wants him, that will embrace him, that will give him $5 million in NIL money to build a national caliber championship basketball program. And you know who else he's bringing with him, Stephen A? He's probably bringing with him DeMarcus Cousins and John Wall and Devin Booker and all those former players, not to work with them, but they're Cal guys. So you know what? They're Kentucky guys, but they're Cal guys first. So he's not running from Kentucky. Yeah, he should have won that more of a national championship, but he's running to a place that actually wants him, that has updated facilities, a new practice facility, quality places for those guys to live. So I'm happy for Cal, man.
That last piece was interesting, being a Calipari guy versus a Kentucky guy. Do you really think that these players love Cal so much they would actively help him, which would in turn put Kentucky in a tougher spot?
I do think so. Yeah. I think Calipari's different. I think Cal makes it like these are Cal guys. Like they're very, like even Derrick Rose. Like Derrick Rose, you would associate with John Calipari. He went to Memphis.
Yeah.
Like I think that those guys have just kind of always followed Cal wherever he goes. I mean, a little bit like Malik Monk is from Arkansas. I saw him post the other day on his Instagram, like Cal coming to my state. Like, you know, I think these guys really do just love Cal. DeMarcus Cousins, like he speaks so highly of John Calipari. I think that's totally right. I think that those guys are going to just, you know, speak to the church of Cal, and they don't really, I'm sure they're going to root for Kentucky, and I'm sure they might say, hey, if you don't go to Arkansas, go to Kentucky. But I definitely think Cal is still going to get their first vote of approval.
I was thinking about this yesterday, and I think we were talking to our guy, Scott Marsh, about it a little bit. I feel like in about 10 years, when you see people and the amount of championships that they won, I feel like we're going to start saying pre and post NIL.
Sure.
Because it's a new world.
Yeah.
And I know it's different with women's because you have to stay in school for 3 years. But there's a transfer. Because I'm looking at Gino Auriemma and his 11 titles, and I'm thinking, is anybody going to be able to get 11 in the current state of NIL?
Probably not.
I don't think so.
No, probably not.
Because there's more parity. I mean, there's more parity at a high level, right? The big schools are the big schools. Yeah. But I mean, it was Gino, Saban, right? Calipari. He had his plan, or I guess his model was a little bit different.
Yes.
Where it was the one and dones. I'm not really trying. That's why, what Seth Greenberg didn't really say is, I don't know if it's
depends what the goal was of the.
I don't really know if it's a failure because I don't think Calipari was there to win national championships.
Yeah, and I think this might be one of those weird, Giannis from last year in the playoffs talking about failure. What is failure? Like, does this have to be a success or fail?
Yeah.
Because it kind of feels like, to your point, it's not a failure because I had 47 players are in the NBA or were drafted to the NBA from John Calipari. 35 have been first-round picks. Last year, 30% of the All-Star team was John Calipari products.
That's crazy.
He's got, the list of guys that Jamal Murray, Karl Anthony Towns, Devin Booker, Julius Randle, Anthony Davis, obviously, De'Aaron, DeMarcus, John Wall, Eric Bledsoe. The list goes on and on and on and on. And I think the real thing is, it's tough to not say it's a disappointment when you had Malik Monk, Bam Adebayo, and De'Aaron Fox on your team. You didn't win a championship. You got close. I think they made a Final Four, maybe an Elite Eight. Didn't win a championship. The only championship he won was with Anthony Davis, who is arguably one of the best 3 to 5 freshmen to ever play college basketball. So that's where I start to lean more towards the failure because you've had all of this talent. You had Devin Booker and Karl Anthony Towns and Willie Cauley-Stein on the same team. Trey Lyles was on that team. Got the Harrison twins, who were like the most popular, twins to come out since the Thompson twins.
Right.
couldn't win a title. Like those are the things where, if you look at it on the surface, there's definitely a lot of positives to take, but it's at the end of the day, you get these players, like it's just a weird world that Kentucky has lived in where the summers are lit. The recruiting, you get to see all those graphics of DeMarcus Cousins committed to, that's your championship. You don't actually get, when you guys are playing,
right?
That's to what you said, like it's not really what you're playing for is the national title. You're kind of just playing to get popular and get
it's an
views.
extended AAU team.
It's so weird. So I mean, I guess it's a success, but at the same time, I wouldn't want John Calipari as my alma mater's coach.
He might be different now at Arkansas,
but
the question is, Kentucky's brass.
Yeah.
Do they look back on their time with Calipari and call it a success? I would guess so, because they're more on the map than they were prior to Calipari. Did they think that they'd get more than one once they were rocking and rolling? I'm sure.
And will this feel different now that it's fresh too? Because we've had Calipari at Kentucky for 15 years now. At first, like when John Wall and Cousins were there, Calipari was on top of the world. He had Drake showing up to, showing up literally in warm-ups and doing tracksuit, whatever, all that stuff. If Arkansas, I assume Arkansas is dropping a pretty heavy bag to get Calipari over there. I think I heard they're giving him $5 million in NIL money to deal with. So when he builds this Arkansas program to what I assume they'll want it to be a championship contender, will there be a renaissance of, John Calipari back at it? We forgot how good this thing could be if you give him all of the materials that he needs, because frankly, here recently, he's been dealing with a lot of transfers. He's kind of dipped more into the transfer portal instead of the one and done portal.
I think that's also due to the NIL and other people going other places. We don't know what was happening at Kentucky, but we do know he was getting those top prospects all the time. Steven, we see you. We will get to you when we return. Who needs to step up tonight? Stiles Watkins, Sactown Sports.
Malik Monk plays here.
Started left, goes right, steps back, launches the three. Nothing but net. Oh, that was just filthy. Oh, my, that was sweet.
Sactown Sports is your proud home of the Sacramento Kings.
At Ashton & Price, over the last 25 years, we've won just about every injury case you can think of. Slip and fall, falling merchandise, fell through rotted decking, we won those. Dangerous stairs, falls into holes, dog bites, won them. Injured while pedestrian or on a bicycle, auto, motorcycle, big rig, company vehicle, Uber, or Lyft accident, we've won them all. And the best news is there's no fee until you win. So no matter how you got injured,
remember, for the best advice, don't think twice. Call Ashton & Price.
At aimyourdigital.com, we'll help you target the right audience, build your leads, and crush your quota. Take your business to the next level. Our digital marketing strategies help grow awareness of your product or service, all while building trust in your business. Our approach involves leveraging multiple tools and strategies to deliver exceptional results that are customized to your unique business needs. Don't wait to run out of sales leads. Keep your business growing. Get started with aimyourdigital.com today.
It's easy to think all money managers are pretty much the same, but at Fisher Investments, we're clearly different.
Different? How? You sell high commission investment products, right?
No, Fisher Investments doesn't sell any commission-based investment products.
Well, you must earn commissions on trades.
Nope, never at Fisher. We're a fiduciary, obligated to act in our client's best interest. It's the highest standard of care for a financial advisor.
How do you know what's in their best interest?
We get to know our clients and then tailor a portfolio based on their goals and needs.
But you probably sneak in some hidden and layered fees.
No, we have one transparent management fee, structured so we do better when our clients do better.
Wow, you really do look out for your clients.
That's because our top priority is helping them achieve a comfortable retirement. It might be why most of our clients come from other money managers. Visit FisherInvestments.com to find out why investors like you switch to us. Fisher Investments. Clearly different money management.
Investments and securities involve the risk of loss.
Hey there, wanted to take a moment of your time so I could talk to you about insecurity. I could talk to you about confidence. I could talk to you about girth. Yeah, what? Girth? Yeah, okay. Let me tell you about the Upsize Clinic at UpsizeMatters.com. My good friend, Dr. Jack, and his friend, Dr. Pash in San Francisco, have a safe, effective, long-lasting doctor-performed procedure. It's non-surgical, virtually pain-free. Now listen, girth is consistently ranked as the most important attribute. What Dr. Jack and Dr. Pash are offering is a free consultation. The procedure can be done on the same day as your consultation and get that confidence back. Reset in the bedroom with your partner. Financing is available. It's very private. It's very discreet. Available in Roseville with Dr. Jack and San Francisco with Dr. Pash at upsizematters.com. That's upsizematters.com.
Celebrate Sacramento Rivercats baseball during our 25th anniversary season. Pick your favorite weekly promotion, giveaway game, or theme night, and join the fun at Sutter Health Park. Stick around postgame every Friday and Saturday night as we light up the sky with the brightest fireworks in town. For a full promotion schedule and to buy tickets, visit rivercats.com. We'll see you there.
Guys, did you know your testosterone affects everything in your system, including how you feel and perform every day? Right now, Revive Men's Health Sacramento will check your testosterone for free. Knowing your T level is the first step in understanding if you have low T. Your testosterone level impacts your energy, libido, sleep, weight, hair loss, mood, and even ED. Maintaining an appropriate T level can change your whole life. Most men start to see changes in their hormone levels in their 30s. Get your T levels checked today by local, experienced, and trusted men's health experts. They're in Midtown in the Cal Sutter Medical Building and also offer telemedicine appointments. Plus, with free shipping directly to you, Revive takes the hassle out of treating low T and ED. Schedule your free testosterone test, free exam, and free consultation today. Call Revive Men's Health at 916-365-4566. That's 916-365-4566 or visit ReviveMen'sHealth.com.
For a precision-crafted performance, the decision is easy. A new Acura from Acura of Stockton. Get the driving experience you've been waiting for in a new Acura. Get the best selection and customer service you deserve from Acura of Stockton. Shop in person or use our online express store at AcuraofStockton.com. Acura of Stockton will buy your trade, even if you don't buy from us. Don't settle for less than precision-crafted performance of a new Acura from Acura of Stockton and AcuraofStockton.com.
Want the best movie experience in town? Join Sactown Sports IMAX Pass by visiting SactownSports.com. Sign up today. You can win tickets to see this week's films at the Esquire IMAX Theater.
KHTKAM Sacramento, KYMX HD2 Sacramento. From the Power Business Technology Toshiba Studios, your new home for 49ers football in the 916.
Sactown Sports. Live and local. Live and local.
This is Sactown Sports.
Huge game tonight in Oklahoma City. You ever been out there, Chris? Oklahoma City?
No, I have not. I have not frequented.
Yeah.
Our friend Chris Biederman has been there more than a couple times.
He might be there now.
Yeah, he's been there for some pretty terrible. He was there, like, there was a horrible tornado or something like that he was there for a couple years ago. And I think he was there earlier this year and something. I think he was there for the Super Bowl. He was in Oklahoma City for the Super Bowl.
Yeah.
So Chris Biederman and Oklahoma City go hand in hand.
Well, that's where the Kings will be tonight as they try to keep it rolling after defeating the Nets. A bit of a taller task today against the Thunder, who are trying to get that number one spot. They will finish in the top three. So already a successful year for the Thunder. And they're looking for more. Who needs to step up tonight? 916-339-1140. All guests and callers join us from the Folsom Lake Honda hotline. Folsom Lake Honda, your one-stop Honda shop. Let's get out to Steven, who wants to be part of the conversation. What's up, Steven?
Good morning, boys. Good morning.
Morning.
Say, man, it was a pleasure to meet you guys yesterday, man. It was a good time, and I appreciated it, man. It was really nice to kind of go out there and just kind of BS with you guys for a little bit, and yeah, man, that's essentially it, man. It was nice to put a face to all the voices that I listen to every God blessed day, man. So I appreciate it, man, and thank you guys. Appreciate it.
No, we appreciate
Thanks for the call, Steven. Thanks for coming out. And again, we're gonna keep doing this stuff, and it's going to be a fun time. And yeah, Chris and I, we were just looking at the numbers and everything yesterday, and it definitely feels like we've been doing this show longer than 5.5 months, but not in a bad way.
No.
Not in a bad way at all times.
A lot of stuff that's happening.
A lot of stuff has
We
happened.
went to the Super Bowl.
We literally
big as the Super Bowl.
Yeah.
That's where we were. Nate, you said you had a question.
Like a year ago.
You said you had a question for us.
Well, it's related to last segment. We kind of went over it briefly, but I wanted to build upon it. There was the Calipari guy rather than a Kentucky guy, right?
Mm-hmm.
Is that's only a college thing, right? Like that doesn't apply in the NFL. There's no one in the Patriots dominant era where there were Belichick guys and not Patriots guys. Like that doesn't work in professional sports. And I was thinking the NBA, there's no one that like rides. There's like guys that are on the coattails of coaches that kind of follow them in places. And, you know, like Kyle Shanahan has guys like that where when he moved, he kind of brought a couple guys.
It's not the same in college. I mean, you come in at 18, you're legal, but you're still so impressionable. It's just different. You're getting
like a secondary parent.
Yes, you're getting handed off and it might be probably your first time living away from home.
Yeah.
I just don't think you can compare. You're still maturing and becoming an adult.
I think football is a tough one too, just because there's so many bodies that it's kind of tough to build that kind of a relationship with like the head coach when he's got like 45 plus different personalities that he's got to juggle. You know, basketball, there's 12 guys. If you're a star, probably getting a lot more attention than everybody else anyway. And so, you know, you're really catered and trying to make sure you're taken care of. And then, you know, at the college level, like Alan said, there's still a bit of like, I'm kind of responsible for turning you into a man. And by the time you get to the pros, it's just like, you know, we have good relationships, but at the end of the day, like you could get me fired. So, you know.
And it also, and the question is, well, what would that entail, right? We're talking about guys helping Arkansas when they went to Kentucky. What is the equivalent of that in the pros, right? Like Thibodeau has guys that will pop up on his team.
Taj Gibson.
Right. But Taj Gibson's going to go on a podcast and say how much he loves Thibodeau, but there's not really any comparison to, hey, you guys should go play for Tom Thibodeau, where it's about contracts in professional sports.
And stars aren't going to do that in the NBA. Like, I mean, if you think of, even if you take away like cream of the crop, like Steph and LeBron, you take a step down to, I don't know, like a James Harden.
Sure.
And he's like, yeah, you should go play for Mike D'Antoni.
It's just not the same.
Yeah, that's not gonna. That's everyone's gonna be like, dude, this is a job.
The only comparison I could think of would be free agency. So let's say Taj Gibson is a big Thibodeau guy, and Donovan Mitchell is a free agent, and Thibodeau and Taj Gibson goes to Donovan and say, hey man, Thibodeau's going to get you right, yada, yada, yada. I mean, that's the only thing I can think of.
I mean, it's also like in college sports specifically, like the coaches are the brand.
Yeah.
Like the teams, the players don't matter as much. It is more so about, oh my gosh, this is a John Calipari team. Coach K has built this out. And it's not really about Duke. It's about Coach K and everything that comes with that. So I think that plays a big factor into it too, is just like how big of a name these coaches are and how, you know, just how synonymous with everything they are.
Yeah.
They touch everything.
It's just, college is so, if I was 17 years old and Devin Booker came to me and was like, you got to come play for Arkansas.
Yeah,
I mean,
like, where do I sign?
Yeah, I'm going.
To be fair though, I would say college is different, but it's less different now with NIL. Devin Booker and the whole gambit of Kentucky dudes or Cal guys can say, come here. But if Arkansas is giving you $2 million and LSU's giving you $4 million.
Yeah. And that's for a lot of these guys, it's like unheard of money, right?
Yes.
That's crazy. I mean, there's a lot of players that come from like former players, parents or whatever. So there's money there, but I don't know. So many more. You're right about the impressionable thing. If just getting those guys there, and then by the time you're a pro, you've just matured. I think,
Though you could even counter and say, as a counter to Alan's point there, like maybe that Devin Booker stamp of approval makes up for that $2 million.
Yeah, right.
Like you could say, hey, LSU's offering me $4 million, but I still get $2 million, and you're telling me I get to go to Arkansas and. Yeah, Devin Booker is going to come talk to me after the game or whatever. I can go work out with these guys in the offseason. Like, I think that that's where the Calipari pull
Bigger
has always
brand.
worked.
And if I'm
Exactly.
going to be a pro and NIL money, it's like if I'm good enough, I'll get sponsorships. I'll make money doing whatever.
Exactly.
And if I'm going to be in the NBA, dude, $2 million, that's, a day in the life. Like, that's nothing.
Sure.
Yeah.
Yeah. I think that it's upfront. It'll be a lot of conversations about upfront money versus money once you're
Down the
there.
line,
and
yeah.
because you're with Cal and because you're surrounded by other stars and Drake and guys like that, you'll in the end make more money to going to a Cal-less Kentucky basketball team. But yeah, good question, Nate. I think the whole thing is changing, and I sit there and think about my daughter and if she wants to play sports, not that she's going to have a choice, but when she's playing sports, that the whole NIL, I think about it now, but it's going to be completely different by the time.
What do you want her to play? Just real quick here.
Real quick. I mean, it really depends, right? Basketball would be cool. Softball, obviously, with the connection of baseball and things like that. But yeah, I'd be down for all of it. Speaking of, there was a young lady, Cal State San Marcos, who played in a baseball and softball game all in one day. Jillian Albayati, played softball and baseball in the same day for Cal State San Marcos. She went 2 for 6 for Cal State San Marcos softball after taking the mound for the baseball team.
Wow.
Pretty impressive. That's the first time that's ever been done. She made history for Division II Cal State San Marcos. When we return, talking Kings, who needs to step up. Also, some injury updates. Will SGA play? And we'll talk about what his logo would look like if he got one. Stiles and Watkins, Sactown Sports.
Subscribe to Sactown Sports on YouTube and watch the Carmichael Dave Show with Jason Ross, Stiles and Watkins, and the Drive Guys. Live Monday through Friday from 6 to 6. Plus view archive shows and exclusive content.
Subscribe at youtube.com/Sactown Sports.
Power Business Technology is proud to be 100% independent, locally owned, and managed Toshiba copier dealer. Local ownership cuts out the red tape, allowing ourselves to never be too busy to personally answer the call when our clients need us. Recognized for excellence in service execution, training, and customer service, we're proud to be named a 2022 Toshiba ProMasters Elite Dealer. Contact us today for all of your business printing needs at 844-POWER-BZ. That's 844-769-3729. Or visit us at powercopiers.com.
When you take the time to shop at Folsom Lake Honda, there's one thing you'll always find. Happy people ready to serve you. As a family-owned and operated dealership since 2009, customer service is our #1 priority. Our customers love doing business with us, and you will too.
Looking to own or lease? During the spring sales event, drive a brand new Accord or Civic. Visit us today at FolsomLakeHonda.com, your one-stop Honda shop.
Folsom Lake Honda. Your one-stop Honda shop.
Keeping it rolling. Stiles and Watkins. Little injury update for the Oklahoma City Thunder. Still waiting on the official injury report. That should be coming in about an hour. But Shai Gilgeous-Alexander not included at all in the OKC injury report as recent as yesterday. He has missed a good handful of games here, especially recently. Him and Jalen Williams have missed some time, but Shai not featured on the injury report. And Jalen Williams, questionable. Keegan Murray, also questionable on the Kings side. So, that's definitely, if Keegan doesn't play, that's not boding well, as the Kings really can't afford to lose any more key players, as Keegan has definitely stepped up here recently and taken a lot more of the offensive load. But yikes, if Keegan can't go, and hopefully Jalen Williams can't go if Keegan can't, but having Shai back is definitely good news for OKC, bad news when it comes to the Kings front.
What happened to Keegan?
They're saying a calf injury. I didn't particularly remember seeing any moment where Keegan limped or anything like that. I think he finished his minutes at least. I don't remember him being pulled or at any point. So must have just tweaked it or something like that. But questionable with a calf.
Well, if Keegan can't play, I mean, that's a problem. Are we thinking that it'll be? We talked about some of the smaller guards, right? And Davion Mitchell being able to help out there. It's got to be all, Chris, I'm worried about this. Keon Ellis on Shea. Keon's been fouling a little bit more recently, or it's been getting called more. I don't know which is actually the situation. I don't like that combination of a foul merchant like Shea against somebody like Keon Ellis.
Keon did pretty well on him. What was it? The last time or earlier in the season when De'Aaron couldn't go, that was like Keon's first start of his career. Let's see here. Shea had 33, but he was 14 of 25, only went to the line 6 times. Really that was a case looking at it here. Nobody else really gave anything. Shea had 33. Jalen Williams had 14. Chet had 12. Giddey had 13. Nobody else was in double figures. So that was maybe an early indication that lineups with Keon Ellis just are much better defensively. That game ended 98-105 when De'Aaron didn't play. So I would guess that's probably the formula they're going to want to keep tonight is, let Shea cook. Shea's an MVP. He scores 30 pretty much every single night. Don't let J-Dub get cooking. Definitely, I think the key tonight is you cannot let – we've done a great job of suppressing Chet Holmgren every time we've played them. You cannot let him get cooking. He is not the same guy that he was when you saw him earlier in the year. He's now got a full season under his belt. He's played every single game for OKC this season after missing the entirety of his rookie year. He has improved so much post-All-Star break. You can't let him start feeling himself because that's the one thing the Kings have done excellent at, and I think it's a big reason why they've done so well against OKC so far this year.
If I'm remembering correctly, because I just would assume that they would get burned if they did this, they really haven't had, and you talked about Keon, because he has defended Shea well in the past, and first game back, right, from missing a couple, maybe Shea's not fully there yet. There's some rust. I might just be hopeful thinking, but I don't think we'll see a lot of blitzing tonight, or maybe I should say I hope we don't see a lot of blitzing tonight.
I don't really think you can just because of, everybody else around OKC. Like I'm sure you'll show, on the other side of the screen, but ultimately in terms of hard doubling to try and get the ball out of Shea's hands, probably not, just because there's so many guys out there that can make a play. Jalen Williams is a great playmaker. If you have Giddey out there, that's literally what he's out there to do. And then, Chet can stretch the floor. It's probably not in your best interest here. And I'm looking, Shea has actually been pretty down here recently leading into that injury. He had a 12-point game, a 24-point game, missed 2 games, and then came back for 1 and scored 19. So there definitely might be something to what you're saying there about him possibly being a little bit rusty here. He hasn't played consistently since the end of March.
You know why?
So it's been a couple weeks.
You know why else?
Are they positioning themselves to play an opponent that I don't know. Why is that?
Take a look at his free throws. I'm sure they're down because they're calling less fouls.
Yeah.
And he's a foul merchant.
I'm looking since March 15th. So the 16th on 6, 6, 6, 3, 6, 4. Previously to that, 15, 6, 2, 11, 12, 9, 7, 9, 9, 10, 9. So yeah, you're definitely onto something there.
Keep it going tonight, refs. Don't change.
Yeah, don't switch up.
Don't switch up
Come
now.
on.
Do not switch up now.
That Cole album's that Cole apologies having everybody.
Might delete later. Might call a foul later.
Cannot
have that at all. Yeah, Jalen Williams, that's a guy, and I know, I don't even have to ask you, because I know for a fact, because it's not really that hot of a take. Everybody would love to have somebody like Jalen Williams on their team.
I love Jalen Williams so much. He is the exact kind of player that I would build in like a 2K. You're talking about a 6. He's honestly kind of undersized. I think he's listed at 6'6", maybe 6'7". but he's got a huge wingspan, so he plays bigger than what he actually is. Play makes. He's at 4.6 assists per game this season. That's like Malik Monk territory. So as much creation as you see Malik doing, think of Jalen Williams, except Jalen Williams also averages 19.5 points per game this year, which is what you want from Keegan. So this is like if you were to, in a way, almost merge Keegan with Malik, and that's kind of what you're getting with Jalen Williams. Just a really, really good player, really solid on the defensive end, definitely making strides there. He's shooting 43% from three this year on 3.5 attempts, so not huge volume, but just is an absolute monster, an absolute problem, and the Kings would definitely be a lot better off if Jalen Williams can't go tonight. He has missed a good handful of games, like I said. I can get an exact number here, but it's been a while since Jalen Williams is consistent. It's been 5. This will be his 5th missed game if he misses tonight. And I think, he's played pretty consistently, actually, a lot more consistently than I would have thought in the month of March. So, he has not played so far in the month of April. And I would think that that's not for rest reasons or anything like that. I would guess that is legitimately because he has an injury, because like we've said, they are legitimately fighting for the top 3 seeds. They are a game back of the number 1 seed right now.
And is it still the setup? The setup is the Nuggets and the T-Wolves are tied.
Yes.
Right. And then the Thunder are a game back.
Yes.
So, they're definitely looking to get back on the right track. And look, this is what the young guns do. This is what the young kids do. They believe that they have the horses to be able to play at a high level for the duration of the season and sneak into that 1 seed where you got a Nuggets team playing without Jamal Murray. You got a T-Wolves team playing without Karl Anthony Towns, even though the Thunder, they were missing SGA. I think it's just going to be full speed ahead for all of these teams. And honestly, this has been the team to where I've been truly surprised every time the Kings have beat them.
Yeah.
Because they've been so good everywhere else. And maybe it's a thing. Maybe the Kings are a bad matchup, but at the same time, it's like, well, this is a Kings team now missing. Is it because of De'Aaron and Sabonis? Because you're missing Malik and Herter.
Yeah. No, I mean, I think it's a bad matchup for them. I think the Kings do match them pretty well, player for player. Jalen Williams, I'm looking at it here. He's actually listed at 6'5", which is a lot shorter than I would have thought. So in a weird way, maybe the Kings do have the length advantage over OKC. It's not really something you would think about, but, by having De'Aaron Fox, De'Aaron 6'4", Shea 6'6", pretty much a wash there. And then you have Giddey, who is pretty big as well, but doesn't really use that size. Jalen Williams at 6'5". You have Keegan, who's 6'8", 6'9". That's advantage Kings. HB on, I'm trying to think. I don't even know who their 4th guy is that they throw out there, but then we know Sabonis and Chet. So it seems like a real front court, back court thing. The Kings seem to have the advantage in the front court. OKC might have the size advantage in the back court, but I think that it's a really good matchup. And I'm looking at the standings too. If the Kings beat OKC tonight, giving the Kings a much better shot at getting that 6 seed, you pretty much guarantee that if you do get that 6 seed, OKC would be the team you play. So I think that's also a major positive is if the Kings win, they have the 3-1 season series victory over OKC. You feel good about yourself in that matchup. Again, we've talked about it all season long, but that's a team where they have just as much, if not even less experience than you do in a playoffs. I think that's the team that you have to circle and say, look, if we're going to be the underdog seed, we'd probably prefer to go against those guys just because of all of those factors. And, you do yourself a whole lot of favors if you can beat them tonight and then, of course, take care of business the rest of the way. That'll be your first round opponent. And, I think that's a pretty favorable matchup for how rocky this end of the season has been for Sacramento.
The plan is right there.
That's crazy.
The plan is right there. Can you execute? When we return talking about Domas, who opens up about deleting his social media and just really clearing his head and the mental side of all of that. Also, we have an answer to who is more delusional between Laker fans and Warrior fans. Stiles and Watkins, Sactown Sports.
Keep it here to Sactown Sports for the Sacramento Kings push toward the postseason.
Get analysis from our local shows, breakdowns from our Kings insiders, and all the thrilling moments from the G-Man.
Fox now on the left angle, gets to 2-point range, lobs it out to Herter, wide open. 3 to seal the deal. He's got the triple, and Fox has a career-high 16th assist.
Sactown Sports is your proud home of the Sacramento Kings.
The PGA club fitters at the Hagen Oaks Player Performance Studio know that golf should be fun. They also know that players of all abilities will hit the ball farther and straighter, play better golf, shoot lower scores, and have more fun if they get fitted before they purchase golf clubs. Hagen Oaks delivers the same technology and major brands used to fit PGA and LPGA professionals. See how the game can be even more fun. Hagen Oaks Player Performance Studio fittings are available 7 days a week. Make yours today by calling 916-808-2531. That's 808-2531.
Country in the Park is back May 17th and 18th at Cal Expo with Brantley Gilbert, Dustin Lynch, Jay Cohen, Walker Hayes, and more. Tickets start at just $46. Country in the Park May 17th and 18th at Cal Expo. For more information, visit CITPfest.com.
Brought to you by Tub Shed, new Dawn treatment sensors, and Raising Cane's chicken fingers.
Celebrate Sacramento Rivercats baseball during our 25th anniversary season. Pick your favorite weekly promotion, giveaway game, or theme night, and join the fun at Sutter Health Park. Stick around post-game every Friday and Saturday night as we light up the sky with the brightest fireworks in town. For a full promotion schedule and to buy tickets, visit rivercats.com. We'll see you there.
It's time to trade in and trade up at Northern California's #1 Honda dealer, Stockton Honda. Whether you're shopping new or pre-owned, Stockton Honda has the selection and savings. Plus, get top dollar for your trade. Come in today or go to StocktonHonda.com. It's all a click away.
Anytime, anywhere, it's all here. StocktonHonda.com.
#1 claims based on 2023 total new and Honda certified pre-owned vehicle car sales from American Honda Motor Company sold on report.
When I want to stretch out after a long day, my sofa needs to be comfortable, but it also needs to look attractive and inviting when guests come to visit. I am Frank LaRosa with a word about Naturewood Home Furnishings. We spend so much time on our living room sofas that we forget they're a focal point and a hint to our decorating tastes. Right now, during Naturewood Home Furnishings sofa sale, you can save on every sofa, including gallery-exclusive custom-ordered flex steel furniture. Whether you're interested in a new sofa, sectional, or recliner, you can choose from hundreds of colors and fabrics. Nobody has more styles and choices than Naturewood Home Furnishings. And when it comes right down to it, it's all about choices and always about quality. Shop Naturewood for the look you love at a price you'll love even more. Visit Naturewood Home Furnishings right now for this remarkable sofa sale. Off Highway 50 at Hazel, look for the water wheel.
Welcome to a brighter future with Aztec Solar, serving Sacramento since 1980. Everyone knows that solar saves money. How much? The answer is a few clicks away. Visit yourpowersavings.com. It's fast, easy, and reliable, giving you instant insight into your potential savings.
I used to pay $400 a month to the power company, and that $400 a month added up to $48,000 over the past 10 years. That all changed when I switched to solar with Aztec Solar.
Now it's your turn to stop overpaying for electricity. Calculate your solar savings right now at yourpowersavings.com. And Aztec Solar will email or text you how much you'll save every month. Plus, we've got an exclusive offer for you. Get your solar electrical system for just $9,995 cash price after incentives. Don't wait. This deal won't last forever. Visit yourpowersavings.com today and take the first step towards energy independence with Aztec Solar.
Sactown Sports. Call or text at 916-339-1140.
Bit of basketball news in a different sense. Tennessee judge rules Ja Morant acted in self-defense when he punched a teenager during an altercation at a pickup game in 2022. And Chris, you were reading it during the break. I guess it's because the teenager threw the ball at him first.
Yeah, it's kind of interesting. Essentially, they're saying that the altercation that happened was at Ja's house. And for those unfamiliar, it was, I don't know, like 2 summers ago, I guess. Ja Morant was hosting a pickup game in his backyard, and there was a teenager back there who, I think he was 17 years old, threw a basketball at Ja and then allegedly stepped to him, and then Ja, I believe, hit him, and then I think his friend as well hopped on and hit him as well. His friend was arrested on scene, I believe, for assault, and it has been found out that it is. I shouldn't say it's been found out. The judge has ruled it as self-defense, essentially saying because the teenager was the instigator in the situation by throwing the ball and then stepping to Ja. Ja had the right to defend himself in that moment, and apparently they're saying that it was on the defense's case to prove that it wasn't self-defense. So there you go. Not necessarily not saying Ja is innocent of what is being said, but is it doesn't have to necessarily face many or doesn't have to face any charges.
Yeah, and there you have it. Ja trying to.
I think it's interesting.
Yeah,
just because it's because it is like kind of a push and pull of like the kid did kind of start it, but at the same time, Ja Morant's a millionaire and like probably shouldn't put himself in that kind of situation to knock out a teenager. Like that's not gonna. Maybe he kind of thought it wouldn't get out at all, but. I don't know. Like, I mean, even like taking the millionaire aspect out of it. Let's just say this happens on the pickup court, which I'm sure this exact scenario has happened.
Oh, no, I've seen it
many a time.
Yeah.
It's just like, I would always just say, don't be that guy, but those guys are there. And if somebody throws a ball at you and, it takes 2 to tango, I don't know really who, if we're just talking about 2 normal Joe randoms here, I don't know how that case necessarily goes down. I don't know who I would side with.
So and I know Ja is young. If this happened in 2022, it is now 2024. The teenager was 17. Ja was 22. So the teenager was 17 and Ja was 22.
That sounds about right. Yeah.
So the age isn't terribly.
Yeah, it's not like
egregious.
Ja's like 32. He's not a complete.
And
he's still a little young, and
now we have to do the thing.
That spirit.
I'm just assuming if you're hooping with Ja Morant, he doesn't have any scrubs out there.
That's true.
I'm assuming they were similar sizes. I
would guess. Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. It's not like it's literally like a 5'7" kid
that you just clocked in the face, right? I mean, I'm just assuming.
I think it's a fair assumption.
Yeah. All things considered, Ja can sit there and say, okay, that's one I can check off the list, right?
Yeah, one incident
on his kind of path to redemption.
Still got a couple more he's got to figure out.
If you will. Wow. Yeah. Interesting stuff there.
I would definitely say don't throw the ball at somebody.
No, especially not at their crib.
That's also a good point.
Yeah. Right? You're at Ja Morant's house and you want to see if you're about that life. And Ja's trying to prove that he's about that life.
And how much of this was kind of what that kid, who knows how much time he had to calculate all this, but how much of it was like, Ja ain't going to hit me. He's got too much to lose. Right. And Ja said, I bet.
And if he does, I'm going to sue.
Yeah.
I know that they do that. There are people out there that if they know celebrities are hot-headed, they will instigate because they're chasing a check.
It happens with paparazzi all the time, right? People are like, oh, Kanye West, Heisman me, and he scratched my nose. Like, that's a loss. And it's like, well, yeah, but you were also like blocking off his path and asking him terrible questions. So, maybe that's.
I'm sure judges hate.
It's got to be the worst. It's got to be the worst. It's just like, okay, like because you already see what it is. You're like, okay, this is a kid who literally laid it out. He's trying to get money, and this is a millionaire who, can probably pay it off.
In a weird way, hang with me now. In a weird way, is that somewhat similar to the Kings Celtics thing? Because did they miss something? Yes, they did miss the foul, but that if the Celtics hadn't taken out their guys at 9 minutes, you wouldn't have won that game. if somebody of a paparazzi gets punched in the face, and technically, yes, you got punched in the face, so it's an assault, but you were trying to get punched in the face.
Yeah, I don't think it's perfect, but I hear what you're saying. I see where your brain is making the connection.
You know what? It's just like we both know this didn't happen organically.
Yes, exactly.
Or
there
in
you
the
go.
way that it was supposed to happen.
The way it might be being presented. Yes.
Exactly. It needs context.
Yes, there you go.
Does. Speaking of context, I got a kick out of this, Chris. Yesterday, we talked about who is more delusional between Laker fans and Warrior fans.
Yes.
And Bodog, who just does sports content, the nation's top sports book. At least that's what they say. Bodog. And they posted this, and they ranked the last 10 NBA champions. Okay. So number 1 and number 2, the KD Warriors.
Of course.
3 was the 2014 Spurs. Number 4, the 2016 Cavs.
Okay.
Number 5, the 2019 Raptors. Number 6, I don't know about that. Number 6, the 2015 Warriors. 7, the 2023 Nuggets. 8, the 2021 Bucks. 9, the 2022 Warriors. And 10, the 2020 Lakers.
Okay. Like some of those are better than others. I think you have to have like all the Warrior teams probably
a little bit higher.
Top 5.
Yeah. Nuggets should be higher.
I think the Nuggets should I think that's my biggest complaint is I would have the Nuggets above that Raptor team.
Yeah.
That's really interesting to me that they would have them that high. I mean, obviously, they did beat a KD Warriors team, but there was a lot of outside circumstances that went into that. Clay got hurt that series. KD obviously went out. I think DeMarcus had just come back from an injury and was playing through it. That's a tough one.
One thing to say on Bodog, they had, I noticed something. They had CA after their name, and when you click on they're Canadian. They're Canadian.
Yeah.
So that makes more sense.
With the Toronto thing.
That's
I was
right.
like, okay.
That's
gotcha.
That makes
that's
sense.
the Toronto thing.
So I see this, and I think what's happening now with the Lakers and that 2020 year is that so many people were calling it Mickey Mouse, calling it a bubble ring.
Yeah.
That it probably did cross over into a little disrespectful for the Lakers and that team. So now what happens is it's going completely back in the other direction, and this random Laker dude on social, and it went viral, which is how he actually covers the Lakers for All Access Lakers, so I'm sure he is
unbiased.
Objective on this whole thing. He says, besides the KD Warriors, 2020 Lakers are washing every team here. And that's why we can't stand y'all. Like, you can say, hey, I don't think the Lakers should be number 10. But they just can't. They cannot help themselves but to just take it the complete different direction.
Yeah, I kind of feel like I'm going to look at the roster here. I feel like they're doing too much of look at the names on the roster without the context of how they played for that team. Like, because they're going to say, you had Kyle Kuzma on that team. You had Rondo, J.R. Smith, KCP was on that team. Avery Bradley, Alex Caruso was just chilling on the bench for that team. Danny Green, Talen Horton-Tucker, LeBron, our guy JaVale. Like, they have a lot of names there, but the reality of how those guys were playing for that season, I mean, I'm not personally one who discredits the bubble title. I think it's totally legitimate. I think it's very hard in its own unique way of winning it. There's obviously some advantages that they had as well, but I think all in all, like, it should count equally as a title. I just don't think that team is, I mean, it's by no fault of their own. They're just going against some pretty generational teams there. Like, the KD Warriors, which they at least
admitted that.
At least they conceded
the KD Warriors.
There. Yeah, but
only
then,
those Warriors.
Come on, like, you're trying to tell me that the other Warrior championship team didn't deserve to be in that spot. The 2016 Cavs, are you kidding me?
Yeah.
The Cavs would have won like 2 or 3 titles if the Warriors didn't exist. So that's insane. The 2014 Spurs gets completely forgotten about in time.
Right.
That team just boat raced at Miami. Like, the Heat didn't stand a chance in that final. So, I think the Lakers, maybe they deserve to be 9, but I have got no problem with them at 10.
Laker fans are more delusional than
relax,
Warrior
buddy.
fans. At least for now. We will see once his play-in starts. When we return, we will hear from DeMontis Sabonis and some of the changes he's made for his social media. Also, pocket watching. Stiles and Watkins, Sactown Sports.
The NFL's leading rusher plays here.
And a handoff to McCaffrey, walks in the end zone. Handoff to McCaffrey, takes it right down to the goal line. He does his thing again. McCaffrey goes in motion right. Backwards pass led by Juszczyk. A block there. Hurdles the man. 10, 5, touchdown! CMC!
You can hear all of Christian McCaffrey's touchdowns on your home for 49ers football. Sactown Sports.
With RT Painting, our name says it all. We are a reliable and trusted commercial and residential painting company serving the Sacramento area since 1998. Employee-owned, our attention to detail is second to none. Put our decades of experience serving our community to use for you. Get a free quote today. Call us at 916-900-8112. That's 916-900-8112. Or go online to rtpainting.com. That's rtpainting.com. RT Painting, your trusted and reliable painting contractor of choice.
At Ashton & Price, we get injury victims to yes. Experience, yes. Ashton & Price has been around for over 25 years. No more insurance companies? Yes. Our clients focus on getting better and we handle all the rest. Results? Yes. We've collected over $100 million for injury victims. No fee until we win? Yes. Our clients pay nothing until we win. Ashton & Price, the best at getting to yes. Remember, for the best advice, don't think twice. Call Ashton and Price.
Jiffy Lube has a special promotion going on right now. Simply purchase a Pennzoil Platinum full synthetic oil change at Jiffy Lube and receive a $25 e-gift card from popular brands for food, gas, and more. It's that easy. Simply purchase a Pennzoil Platinum full synthetic oil change and receive a $25 e-gift card. So basically, going to Jiffy Lube can get you a free lunch or a pizza for dinner. That's what we call added value for the consumer. That's why Jiffy Lube is #1 in the greater Sacramento area for oil changes. Visit jiffylube.com for more details and valuable coupons today.
Lowe's knows pros need the right tools for every job. That's why we sell the largest in-store selection of Klein tools anywhere. Find new items like the self-leveling green laser level for just $159.98. Plus, shop the Connect pass-through socket set for $49.98, which you can only find at Lowe's. Shop Klein tools in-store and online today because Lowe's knows tools. Lowe's knows pros.
Drivers who switch and save with Progressive could save hundreds, which could be life-changing. I mean, you could put that money towards that zero-turn lawnmower you've always wanted. And after using its edge-shaping technology to meticulously sculpt the face of the Mona Lisa into your grass, you'll become the undisputed king of Saturday morning lawn care, leaving your neighbor and sworn enemy Gary to question his place in the delicate neighborhood ecosystem. And it's all because you could save money switching at Progressive.com. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates, not available in all states.
So here's a fact. 85% of the population will suffer from foot pain in their lifetime. That's almost everyone. So you'd think there'd be plenty of healthy long-term remedies, but there just aren't, right? Hi, I'm Dan from the Good Feet store. You know, people come in all the time sharing the same frustrating story. Bought this, tried that, been there, done whatever, all different kinds of things, but all with a similar result. Nothing. A discouraging and endless cycle of disappointment. If this rings a bell, don't despair. There is hope. If you think you've tried everything, you probably haven't tried Good Feet arch supports from the Good Feet store. They're designed to relieve, even eliminate, the pain commonly caused by certain foot conditions like plantar fasciitis, bunions, flat feet, and others. Plus, provide better balance and increased comfort. See what we can do for you with a free arch support fitting. Just stop in or schedule an appointment. With over 200 stores, there's likely one in your neck of the woods. Find yours at goodfeet.com.
Hey, what's up? We're talking to Chad Hoblet, a Hoblet Dodge Chrysler Jeep Ram in Woodland. What's going on for Ram Truck Month?
We are very excited to be celebrating 75 years in business. And what better way to celebrate than helping you get the hard-to-find heavy-duty Ram you've been looking for less? Right now, you can save up to $8,000 off MSRP on new 2024 Ram 2500 Tradesman Crew Cabs. And with California's biggest selection of new Ram trucks, you're sure to find the truck you need.
Wow, 75 years. That's pretty amazing.
It all started with my grandpa and great-grandpa's dream. And it's grown over the years to where we've had a chance to serve tens of thousands of customers and show them there's something special about Hoblet you just can't get at those big city auto mall dealerships.
Come experience the difference at California's #1 Ram truck dealer. Search, select, and save through our whole inventory at HobletDodge.com. Unbeatable prices, unbeatable selection, nobody beats Hoblet.
period. 8,000 total net savings after 4,000 factory rebates and 4,000 dealer discounts. Rebates include 1,500 commercial bonus cash and 500 first responder bonus cash. Must be current member of eligible First Responder Association. 5 with this discount. See dealer for details.
Once upon a time, you could get a heater tune-up or an air conditioner tune-up for just $59, or both for $89. Not too hot, not too cold, just right.
I thought you were going to read me a bedtime story.
Go to sleep now. Bonnie.com. License 696-355.
Live and local. Live and local. This is Sactown Sports.
Sometimes it's good to clear your mind. And Domantas Sabonis talked about that and doing it at the beginning of the season on the Woj pod. Real quick, got to update Chris saw during the break, Jason Anderson. Keegan is available tonight, which is huge. Huge. That Keegan will be available tonight. Now let's get back into Domas talking about deleting his social media.
You know, me personally, I deleted all my social media beginning of the season. You know, it's been the best thing ever. You know, you don't have to worry about any of that, and you just go out there and play your game. You know, you have your coaches, you have your family, you have your teammates, and their opinion is the only one that matters, you know, so you just got to go out there and trust your game and play.
It impacts your mental health, doesn't it?
For sure.
Your clarity of mind.
Yeah. No matter what it is, good or bad, you know, it's just something's creeping in your mind, you know, so better not to even see it, in my opinion.
This was the first year you did that?
Yeah, completely, yeah.
How dramatic of a difference is it?
Oh, it's amazing. You have a lot more free time, you know, your mind is clear. It doesn't matter. You watch film and you try and learn by yourself. You don't need to read or hear anything from anyone else, you know, because at the end of the day, you're the one on the court playing.
God, I wish I could do that.
Yeah.
My question,
Woj saying that is hilarious.
I know.
I wish I could do it. Okay, buddy.
My question, just initially, on not questioning anything Domas said, but my question is, I do wonder how it works with these athletes when it comes to how hands-on they are with social media.
Yeah.
Because a lot of the posts we don't think are from them.
Right. You'd assume it's from whatever their team is.
Yes, we know
their quote unquote team.
HB posting at halftime.
Yes, right, exactly. Stuff like that. We know KD, he loves to be on. We know that that's him. And I know different mediums are different. I feel like I don't know how many athletes are actually on their Instagrams, but maybe
I think a lot.
It's confusing. It depends on what you're trying to do. I don't know.
I would say
DMs are closed.
Well,
DMs are closed.
My big question with this is you're losing a giant revenue of money if you're like deactivating, right? You have to run through someone else. But then people aren't going to follow you if all you're posting is, hey, I'm drinking athletic greens. Yeah, you know.
I mean, you'd be surprised, though.
Yeah, that's true. But the way I look at it is like, dang, you're going to miss out on a lot of money, but it might be worth it.
I think that the toughest social media for somebody like Domas, I don't think it's Instagram because, I mean, maybe people are DMing him, hey, you were trash.
Right.
But it's Twitter.
I think it's Twitter.
I have an example right here I was going to ask you guys about. In the response for the audio I just played, Claw World on Twitter, that's a pretty popular account, right? Posted he replied, I wonder why he deleted social media, posting a picture of a poll. Who do you hate the most?
Oh, yeah, I saw that.
Sabonis, KD, LeBron, Curry. One does not belong there. However,
so random.
Curry's 21.
Should be higher.
LeBron's 18. KD's 20%. Sabonis is 41%.
Yeah.
And this is almost
have that strong of feelings on it.
This is almost 800 votes. And it's like, what? I didn't know people hate him like that. What is it? Why?
It's the shoulder.
Is that
no, it is. They
really
think that he's not, like they say he's got no bag. That's what it is.
So, dude, so many people hate LeBron. So many people hate KD.
They push him aside.
A lot of people hate Curry. So it's just wild to me.
It's insane. That's insane.
Yeah.
Yeah. I do wonder how other athletes that probably get, and that's just some stupid poll, but athletes that we know get more hate than
Russell
Sabonis.
Westbrook, yeah.
Yeah, I wonder how they would say. And remember, after that game, Russell actually spent, and I was so mad because everything happened so fast after the Kings beat the Clippers. I look up and I see Westbrook talking to Sabonis for a decent amount of time.
Mm-hmm.
I'm like, wow, is this actually happening, or is it?
They used to be teammates.
Yeah, exactly. And then I was pulling out my phone to take a video, and Westbrook walked away. But it was at least 3-minute convo, and I do wonder if some of that was, hey, don't listen to the haters, things like that. Because I think that Sabonis might not be that high on the list. That's not to say whether or not he should remove it, but in this day and age, it would be really hard to not have it. To Nate's point about different revenue opportunities and just being, just branding and things like that. So I wonder how long he'll go with it. We know LeBron does the
Zero Dark
shutdown
23
during the playoffs, which could be quick this season. Well, not according to Laker fans because they're going to the finals.
That's right, all the way.
So yeah, there's just a lot of different ways to deal with stuff like that. Me personally, I've never taken a break from social media. I probably should, but I never have. But can I talk about a pet peeve real quick?
Sure.
I do have a pet peeve with people who announce it.
Like posting on social media
Hey
to say
guys,
you're quitting social media.
Taking a break.
Hit me up if you need me.
If you need me, you got my number. Hit me up. I do. I don't need you to say that.
The 150 bots that follow you really care, man. That's awesome.
And the funniest part about it is those people that do that are normally back like 2 weeks later.
Always.
Yeah,
Just quietly.
it's an attention. Yeah.
Just quietly.
It's a real addiction, man.
Oh, absolutely.
I have a rule when I'm in my house: no video scrolling apps. So no like Instagram Reels. No, I don't have TikTok installed, but no YouTube Shorts while I'm in the house because it's a killer. It is a killer.
I don't know if wait. So you only do it when you're out in public?
When I'm not at home. So like
when I'm at dinner or when I'm.
No, like at work. At work, or if I'm at like
I'm producing a show.
Exactly. Yeah. That's the rule.
If I'm just sitting on my couch, then I don't want to be scrolling. But if someone needs
If I'm
sound,
at work, if I'm spending quality time with my girl,
I'm scrolling.
That's when
those
I'm
are better times.
when I
to be
need to be distracted.
Yeah.
when I'm driving, just things like that.
Yeah, it's tough.
I mean, I hear the spirit of
It's more like DMV, but yeah, it's also
what you're saying.
No, I hear what you're saying. Yeah, it's.
I don't think I could. I don't think I could do it.
How many people
I would blame it on our job?
You guys need it for work for sure.
Oh yeah, I don't even look at my. You get the little notification.
This fool lives on Twitter.
Weekly screen time available. I don't even look because I just be.
There's no
embarrassed.
way. Yeah, I don't know if I track.
How
mine,
many
but it's gotta
people
be
have you
insane.
blocked on
on Twitter?
Yeah.
I don't think a lot. Let me see. Actually, that's a great. Do you have a number that you think you blocked?
When I check, it's always higher than I
Are
realize.
you guys muters or blockers?
I'm. It depends. If you annoy me, I have a really long.
Oh,
leash.
I am a blocker. Actually,
I have a really long leash. That's why I block.
Chris is having a revelation.
Well,
right
I
now
just
during the
remembered
show.
that like I'll block like those sites, like the Abrian Wojnarowski, like anything that tries to intentionally fool me, I block immediately because
That's
I'm
way
like,
different,
I
yeah.
cannot have this ruin a moment for me. I can't be on air and then be like, guys, breaking news.
Bombshell.
De'Aaron
Yeah.
Fox has been traded for Malik Monk. Like,
Yeah, no.
I can't have that.
No,
Yeah.
that's fair. Yeah.
I mute a lot of stories on Instagram or people just because they post so much nothing, but I don't want to unfollow these people because then it's a why did you unfollow me? And I'm like, dude, leave me alone.
That's the worst question you could ever
on
ask.
on Instagram.
Muting is sick. Muting is so cool. It's the best weapon
because nobody
ever.
knows.
Yeah,
nobody knows.
Because if you block someone, you're trying to make it. You want them to see that you block.
Well, not even blocking, like unfollowing. Like if I'm just annoyed with someone I know in real life and they're constantly putting stuff up, that's annoying. Mute. It's easy.
I don't even know how to check who I've blocked.
Dave might have muted me.
Oh, I've blocked
Yeah.
8 accounts. I've blocked
That's
8
not
accounts
bad.
and I've muted 10
on Instagram,
on Twitter.
Twitter.
I don't
That's
believe
not bad.
Instagram I've done any. I just don't follow people.
I have muted one account and I've blocked 39.
Yeah. What are they? What kind of people are you blocking?
Just people that don't know when to stop.
That are just hating on Alan?
Yeah, I mean, it's just more of if you're just annoying me and we've done our back and forth, and I've given you the time of day, and it's continued, then I'm just going to block you.
They got their 15 minutes of fame.
Exactly.
It's over, bro.
You're not going to clout chase on
yeah.
me.
Yeah, you're not going to ride Alan's coattails.
I'm also not a fan of people, and like this is a really random pet peeve, but like not to be like the follower to following ratio guy, but like if you follow 20,000 people and you have 22,000 followers, I'm like, was this really worth it for? Like your feed has to be
a mess,
disgusting. You don't even use the app. Like I follow,
unless you're muting.
I follow 425 people, and that's incredibly low. I'm very aware, but I would much rather keep my follower list to people that I actually care about and have however many followers I have than like just doing the follow for follow thing to get my numbers up.
But I'll tell you what, that infinite scrolling that Nate talked about, don't let me get infinite scrolling, because if somebody hasn't liked one of my stories and you know, baby Sal's is looking cute and I'm just bored and I decide to check and I realize they're not following me, they get unfollowed with the quickness, because then I'm thinking,
oh no,
did you ever follow me? What's going on here? Jeez. That was the most what we're not Gen Z, so what's the one in front of Gen Z? Are you Gen Z?
I don't think so.
I don't know, dude.
I actually
none of that stuff matters.
Because I honestly have no idea what I would be considered.
So yeah, I'm a millennial.
I don't know. I guess I might be a Gen Z. I think you're
at the end,
right on the cusp of it.
You're
so
right
I'm 95.
There. Yep.
If you got it in front of you.
Yep. You're millennial.
I'm a millennial. Okay.
Millennial.
I think I'm happy about that.
But are you? But
does it matter?
Does it?
It doesn't.
Pocket watching when we get back. Stiles and Watkins, Sactown Sports.
It's the final road game of the regular season for the Sacramento Kings.
Blocked over the shoulder by Sabonis, and it's grabbed by Colby Jones. 32 seconds to go. Here comes Fox and the Kings. Difference between the clocks is 13 seconds. Fox for three. De'Aaron Fox has just hit a triple to put Sacramento on top, 100-99.
Check out the Kings and the Thunder from Oklahoma City. Tip-off Tuesday at 5 on your home of the Kings, Sactown Sports.
Around here at Wrangler, we are all excited for spring. The longer days, the warmer nights. When you've got your pick of shorts and jeans, either works just fine. Blue skies, open roads. Wrangler, for the ride of life.
The good folks at Wendy's have a revolutionary new product for you. Introducing the new Orange Dreamsicle Frosty. It's like a time machine that takes you all the way back to now, the year 2024. It's the classic creamy, orangey flavor you remember. Dare I say, it's new-timey. It's the flavor you grew up with, just all grown up. Head over to your local Wendy's establishment and get yours while supplies last. The new Orange Dreamsicle Frosty. Here for the now, for now. Limited time only, participating Wendy's.
Hey, what's up, Sacramento? It's Kyle Draper. Turn up the cleanliness at your restaurant, healthcare, or industrial business with Alsco Uniforms, the official sponsor of the Sacramento Kings Mop Crew. We've got you covered with crisp uniforms, hygienically clean linens, floor mats, and of course, mops delivered weekly. But that's not all. Alsco Uniforms also offers weekly services for first aid and restroom supplies. Discover why it pays to keep clean with Alsco Uniforms. Just go to alsco.com to learn more. Again, that's ALSCO.com.
Welcome to the Tap House Restaurant at Bartley Kavanaugh Golf Course. With an array of local craft brews from a selection of 20 taps, the Tap House menu boasts freshly made sandwiches, crisp salads, and a variety of specialty entrees. The Tap House is the perfect place for a round after your round at Bartley Kavanaugh Golf Course, especially during happy hour from 3 to 6 daily. Drop by the Tap House Restaurant for scenic views, exquisite food, and a hearty welcome. The Tap House at Bartley Kavanaugh Golf Course.
And now another no-brainer money-saving tip from Progressive.
That doesn't sound good.
Paper shredder's jammed, but I think I fixed it.
Oh, well, try shredding these $50 bills then.
Seems like it's working.
Better try another $400.
Stop. Instead of using money, use regular paper. And here's a better tip from Progressive on how not to waste money. Don't pay too much for car insurance. Drivers who switch and save could save hundreds. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates. Potential savings will vary. Not available in all states.
Want to keep your gas-powered engines running like new? Stable's proprietary formulas are proven by third-party testing to outperform the competition in keeping fuel fresh, preventing corrosion, and cleaning the entire fuel system. With Stable, you can have confidence you are doing the right thing for your engine's long-term health. Just pour into your gas can or fuel tank, then top off with fresh fuel. At every fill-up or when you store, Start with Stable, available where fuel additives are sold.
It's time to trade in and trade up at Northern California's #1 Honda dealer, Stockton Honda. Whether you're shopping new or pre-owned, Stockton Honda has the selection and savings. Plus, get top dollar for your trade. Come in today or go to StocktonHonda.com. It's all a click away.
Anytime, anywhere, it's all here. StocktonHonda.com.
#1 claims based on 2023 total new and Honda certified pre-owned vehicle car sales from American Honda Motor Company sold on report.
Sorry, but we actually have a wait list for our Monstera.
Shaw's greenhouse is really bringing in the green.
We can't keep snake plants in stock.
She needs a construction manager to build on her roots and grow.
We could add a whole section for ferns. Here we'd have dahlias, dahlias, and more dahlias.
Indeed can help her hire great people fast.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. You can schedule and conduct virtual interviews all from your employer dashboard. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get $75 towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions apply.
When Cynthia came to TurboTax, she just launched her new side gig, a true crime podcast.
I'm a first-rate detective with a golden voice.
As her TurboTax expert, I made her second income count by guaranteeing 100% accurate filing and her maximum refund.
What did she do with that refund? Find out next week.
Switch to Intuit TurboTax and make your moves count. See guarantee details at TurboTax.com/guarantees. Experts only available with TurboTax Live.
I love this time of year when the azaleas begin to bloom and the singing birds' sweet dawn chorus remind us that blue skies and sunshine are at hand. Hi, this is Frank LaRosa with a word about Naturewood Home Furnishings. In sports, the definition for the word master is one who's achieved a high degree of skill, and that will be on display in the highly anticipated golf tournament. In the furniture business, a master is a highly skilled craftsman, an artist even, whose work is coveted by those who appreciate design, quality, and durability. John Keyes was the mastermind of Naturewood Home Furnishings. He knew that you wanted your home to reflect your personal style, whether that was a plain coffee table or a masterpiece for you to enjoy forever. That's why when you walk into Naturewood Home Furnishings, you'll find the largest and best selection of the highest quality home furnishings in Northern California. Masterful. Naturewood Home Furnishings, off Highway 50 at Hazel. Look for the water wheel.
KHTKAM HD1 Sacramento, KYMX HD2 Sacramento. From the Power Business Technology Toshiba Studios.
This is Sactown Sports.
For the national championship, and Zach Edey didn't get it done, but it was a great effort by that Boilermaker team, and UConn, the better team, just won, and they're on a ridiculous run. I saw something crazy, like since 1999, they've won more than they've missed, or something to where they've missed a good amount
they've missed
of
a ton
tournaments,
of
but when they get their percentage for winning when they're in is absurd.
Yeah, I think they've made 7 Final Fours, and they've made the final 6 times, and they're 6-0 in the championship, which is to say it's an anomaly is an understatement. Like I think I heard UNC is 6-6 all time in the final. Duke is something similar to that. Like, usually the Blue Bloods, they get there and it's a crapshoot 50-50 of whether they're going to win or not. It's just tough enough to get there. The fact that UConn has been as many times as they've been, and I don't think they had gone previously to 1999, and for them to pick up as many as they have here, that's about as good of a run as you're going to see. Like, we kind of thought Virginia was going to be a team that popped up this in this new era. Kentucky obviously kind of got a head start to everything, but didn't really live up to the billing. I would say UConn is probably, especially with back-to-back titles here, the first time that's been done since Billy Donovan at Florida. I would say UConn probably has the inside track of, it's not a blue blood. You would probably consider it a new blood, but I would say that they're probably at the forefront of it all right now.
I know a lot of people want to say that was a topic of conversation. Can we call UConn a blue blood now?
Yeah.
And I think you'll get a bunch of different answers. I do want to say one last thing about the championship. Is it just me, and maybe it's just how things end? It doesn't always feel, because there have been some really good games, don't get me wrong. Maybe it's because it's on Mondays. I don't know. But for how fun March Madness is, doesn't the championship always feel a little bit anticlimactic to me?
I think that happens when you don't have like the freshman sensation or somebody that we know. It like just ends up being the best team. I mean, this time we had best team against best player, but even then, Zach Edey's not the most entertaining guy. So I think, it ends up not being the flashy, fun, single talent that ends up lifting his team all the way to the championship. It ends up being the boring senior-led team that moves the ball well, plays sound defense, and probably has a coach that is a hard ass and isn't very, millennial or Gen Z or whatever.
Right. And I really don't know why, and maybe you know why, maybe it's scheduling or whatever. They should have just ran that game right after the women's on Sunday.
Maybe that's not a bad idea. Yeah.
I don't know why they didn't do that.
Probably should. Yeah. Especially it helps both games. Because then it doesn't matter which side is doing better, whether it's, hey, I'm sure the women's tournament will have a down year next year, or at least get more down than more so than it was up this year. There's no way they're going to continue to build on that. I'm sure they'll take a fall, but who knows? Maybe next year with Cooper Flag in the mix, people will pay attention to that, and you can kind of help ride, and it's gonna be back and forth. Who knows? When Juju Watkins is a junior or a senior, maybe she'll carry the mantle in terms of viewership. So I think that's actually not a bad idea at all. Much rather have it on Sunday at 12 and then 3:30 or something like that. Much better than 6:30 or whatever it was yesterday.
So bizarre. All right, getting into some pocket watching. Here we go, Chris. As far as just watching a good game, or what should be a good game, Celtics at Bucks, that interests me. You have Mavericks at Hornets, so you would think that the Mavericks are going to take care of business there. Kings at Thunder, of course. Wizards at Timberwolves. You also have the Pelicans at Trailblazers. You got to assume the Pelicans are going to take care of business, even with whoever they're missing. Clippers at Suns. That's a big one.
I'm sorry, I just wanted a Frosty.
Clippers at Suns. Hopefully you get a Clippers win there. And last but not least, your two faves, a preview of the 9-10 matchup, Warriors at Lakers.
Real quick on that Suns-Clippers matchup, I'm reading up here. The Suns and Clippers play each other twice in a row on today and tomorrow. 2 Suns wins would put the Clippers in danger of slipping to number 5. 2 Clippers wins would knock the Suns down to 34 losses, which could potentially drop them as far as 9. So these are 2 massive games for the Clippers Suns.
Is Kawhi back?
Massive.
Get out there.
I think he's supposed to play today. I did see Anthony Davis and LeBron, I believe, are both on the injury report for that Lakers Warriors game as well. Don't know if they're going to suit up. Obviously, it's a huge game, so it'd be really weird if they didn't. But LeBron has missed some time here. Kawhi has not played his last 4 games.
This is 18 hours ago. Kawhi ruled out.
There you go.
Man.
Well, that's not good from the Kings front. But who knows? I mean, that Clipper team has been up and down all year long. Just because they don't have Kawhi, they still have 3 other Hall of Famers. So, I guess, Phoenix hasn't really been the team that I think everyone expected them to be this year. I still think there's a good chance the Clippers win those. But, both of these games, today and tomorrow, are going to be huge for the standings race, because if the Clippers can beat the Suns twice, that is very, very good news for the Kings. That's doing a lot of favors for the Kings. And if the Kings then beat the Suns on Friday, that's how we talk about this team scooting into that 7-6 seed.
What a crazy end to the season for the Kings, man. I mean, you got the Thunder, and then right after that, so you get the Pelicans on Thursday.
Yeah, Pelicans on Thursday, Suns on Friday.
It's been a while since we saw the Pelicans. I think the Kings, honestly, I don't know what's going to happen tonight. I don't know what's going to happen. I don't know what's going to happen on Friday, but I'm pretty sure the Kings are going to beat the Pelicans. I just think they're going to beat the Pelicans.
I feel good about it. Yeah, we don't know if Brandon Ingram's going to go. I just think the Kings are better suited. I mean, I think that slowing the pace down and trying to beat them on the defensive end is going to be a step up, because that's been the problem against New Orleans is they just haven't even been remotely close to stopping Brandon Ingram or Zion. And if they make a more concerted effort to just make that the game plan, I think they'll do better. I mean, the problem is those Pelicans games have just been all absolute massacres. So it's tough to feel much confidence in it, but I said it yesterday. I mean, you beat a team 4 times in a row. How likely is it that you beat them 5 times? There is something to that. The Kings are still a really good team. If they were, a Rockets in the 11 or 12 seed, sure, maybe I'd say this team might just be better than them, but the Kings are a really good team. Whatever. They borderline on a really good team.
Yeah.
It's not impossible for them to beat the Pelicans, and beating a team 5 times in a season is, I'm pretty sure, unprecedented. So, the Kings got something working.
That's not, yeah.
As of right now, the Kings would be matched up with the Pelicans in the play-in, which
yes.
I don't understand why the 7 seed doesn't play the 10 seed and the 8 seed doesn't play the 9 seed.
Because the 7 and 8 play for the 7 seed.
Yeah,
if that makes sense.
Yeah, it's right. That does make sense,
but
I
get what you're saying, both the 7 and 8.
Because what would you give the 10 seed if they beat the 7 seed? You can't give them the 7 seed over the 8 seed that played a better season just because they play, just because they're 1 seed lower. You can't.
You're making the regular season even less important than.
I see what you're trying to say, because the 7 and 8
traditional bracket,
the best chance to get in on a one gamer, but you technically just can't. There's ways to do it. I see what you're saying.
Yeah, you're saying to make it like an actual tournament and turn it into a 7-10 winner plays in the championship. Yes. I guess you can make that be. You could make it be single elimination for everybody. If you're a 7 seed, you lose to the 10 seed. The 10 seed then moves on to the final. Whoever wins the 8-9 would then move to that final. And that those teams are guaranteed a playoff spot. It's just the winner would get 7, the loser would get 8. I think that's just, if I in my head, that feels less dramatic than. I guess the 7-8 doesn't really have that much drama to it then. I don't know. I mean, I'm sure that's just a different way of doing it. You get a similar result, but I think this gives advantage to those teams that finish 7-8 because you have 2 opportunities to lose instead of you played all season to get. You could be 8 games above the 10 seed as a 7 seed,
a great point.
lose 1 game, and then your season's cooked. Yeah. Whereas you at least have a fail safe in there.
Yeah. By the way,
it's not perfect.
Magic at Rockets, and the Rockets.
They're cooked. No, they're already done.
They're done.
No, they're already. I think they're actually already.
No, I know they are done. And just what a funny turn of events. Warriors come out to play, and you were feeling good. I just don't know why team. I know they're young, but I just don't know why you do that. Why do that?
You got to hype yourself up. I think that's more what it is. I don't think you actually think, oh, we're going to rattle them or anything. I think it's more just like I mean, you could argue Draymond's famous quote of insecurity speaks volumes. You could say that you're trying to talk yourself into believing it, but I think it is just a way of almost putting more pressure on yourself to make sure you deliver.
And
the problem is if you don't, you get roasted.
And now they're
roasted. They're 5 games behind the Warriors in that 10 seed after being like a half game back.
Ever since that whole thing was posted.
It was all good just a week ago.
Coming up next,
5 straight.
Coming up next, we talk about life without Malik Monk for now, and also G League head coach Lindsey Harding getting asked to interview with the Hornets. Stiles and Watkins, Sactown Sports.
Last season, the Sacramento Kings gave us a little bit of everything. A Pacific Division type GM of the Year, Coach of the Year, Clutch Player of the Year, All-Stars and All-NBA performers. Plus, we got to light the beam.
Here's a steal by Fox, a breakaway. He's got the rip with the left hand.
What does this season have in store? Find out. Each and every Sacramento Kings game can be heard right here on your proud home of the Beam team, Sactown Sports at Sactownsports.com.
Are you stressing about your IRS tax problems? Have you received notices from the IRS threatening to garnish your wages, levy your bank accounts, or seize your property? You need an ally. Allies Tax Relief has tax attorneys and enrolled agents that are ready to fight for you. They have saved millions for taxpayers just like you. Allies Tax Relief can help put a stop to IRS collections and, most importantly, negotiate your tax debt. Here's Brenda, a happy client of Allies Tax Relief.
I owed the IRS around $57,000, and they're about to start garnishing my paychecks. I heard a commercial on the radio about Allies Tax Relief, so I thought I'd give them a call. After a day, they were able to at least stop the garnishments, and after a few months of negotiations, I walked away owing the IRS only $301.
If you owe the IRS, call Allies Tax Relief right now for your free consultation. Call 800-230-5174. 800-230-5174. That's 800-230-5174.
Lindsey Harding for the head coach opening. Obviously, they are interviewing other people, right? Other potential candidates. And Jordy Fernandez is also said to be a candidate assistant coach for the Kings. Chris, I mean, this shows the organization moving in the right direction. Whenever anybody, we know when we talk about the Niners, when people start getting plucked or at least thought about for these roles, it's always a good sign of where the org is headed.
Yeah, no, definitely. I mean, you got, Lindsey, who's definitely going to get, this is not going to be her first opportunity to be interviewed. And Jordy is somebody who Kings almost lost last offseason. You see the person who Lindsey took over, Bobby Jackson, now sitting on Nick Nurse's staff. They're definitely building something really, really positive, especially with their player development. I mean, that's a huge thing for a team that really didn't have much of any player development for, I don't even know, insert your amount of years. This is a really big step for this team. And, I would hate to see either Lindsey or Jordy go, but, for anybody out there who's wondering, is this, she's the first female coach to win Coach of the Year in the G League. Like, is all of this like some stunt? Is she really super qualified, or is this just like the NBA Rooney Rule? I would caution against that. And Lindsey Harding has been specifically with this organization for a ton of time. She spent time, she's been here since Luke Walton came. I believe Luke Walton brought her in, and she lasted through the Luke Walton era, through the Alvin Gentry era, and has obviously stuck around through the Mike Brown era. She's somebody who's been in the league for a really long time. If you're just saying head coach, I don't know if anyone, like, is Jordy really prepared for a head coach? I think you're about as prepared as you can be without actually having that position. Lindsey, obviously, this is her first head coaching experience over in the G League. And I think it is obviously going to be a massive step for anybody, even if Jordy gets it. I mean, that's a big step to go from, second on the bench to the guy who, or person, I should say, who's going to make all of the decisions. I think she's more than capable. But I also think that if she doesn't get the job and maybe Jordy gets a job after this Olympic run that he's about to have with Canada, maybe Lindsey moves to the front of the Kings bench. So I think it's all positive. I think it's obviously going to suck if either of those two have to leave, but the good news is there's clearly a very, very well-staffed bench. And, you got Doug Christie, you've got guys like Luke Laux who are chilling in the back row. This organization has done a great job of making sure that there is many, many, many qualified individuals who can definitely lead their own team, including Jay Triano, who really doesn't get a lot of praise because, he's one of the older staffers on this team and he's already been a head coach in this league for many teams. So I don't know if he's going to get another opportunity somewhere, but there's just tons of qualified candidates on this bench.
Yeah. And it's almost similar to when we talk about the Kings and the championship path and things like that, because it's not linear, right? There's really no rules per se as to what a team is looking for and who they decide to hire. I think about it when we talk about baseball too. Oh, this manager won the AAA World Series. Well, obviously he's going to now be a manager in Major League Baseball. That's not really how it works. Right. Then they'll just hire some dude who was a catcher. Yeah. You know what I mean? Exactly. So for Lindsay, I think this is a good right. Shout out David Ross. So for Lindsay, I think it's a great situation for her. I have absolutely no clue if they would go in her direction just because it's you do well in the G League. Is the next step in the G League probably going to an NBA bench? Right. But the fact that you're even being considered is a good look. Yeah. But I would be a little bit surprised if they went with her.
I think I would be surprised too. I think this is obviously just a good step in the right direction. And, I'm sure she's going to get other interview opportunities as well. Maybe not even just at the NBA level. She might get some college opportunities as well. I'd imagine she's probably going to stick around. And I would think that the next step for Lindsay is she's clearly shown that she's able to lead that team, and that's a developmental situation. Bring her back, I should say, not bring her up. Bring her back to the NBA side. And like I said, if Jordy leaves or any of those high-ranking bench coaches leave, I think Lindsay slots right in there. Maybe you give Luke Laux the G League opportunity. Who knows? And maybe who knows? I mean, even Lindsay could just be a really good developmental coach as well. It's not just because you're in the G League doesn't mean you're a lesser anything in terms of the staffing. It just means we think that you're really good at development and player relations. And it doesn't mean that you're an inferior coach at all. It just means that, hey, we think that you really do a great job of communicating the basics or what we truly think are the fundamentals of how we want to develop our players. So who knows? Maybe they just feel like Lindsay is really talented at that, and they keep her in the G League. I think either way, it's a major, major positive. Just being around Lindsay before she was in the G League. Last year she was TD, how every coach gets assigned players to warm up. Mm-hmm. She was with TD. I think she might've been with Davion as well. But had a great relationship. They were always laughing, and you see that there's I think it is the case with all of those guys, but I did feel like Lindsay had a really special connection with all the players that she had. It really seems like, and even in the G League too, they speak so highly of Lindsay Harding, and I just could not be more in support of Lindsay Harding if she does pursue another job. She might not have the requisite experience for it, but I think in terms of all the intangibles of what you're looking for in a coach, there's no reason why she wouldn't be able to do that job. I think the biggest hurdle for anybody, Jordy, Lindsay, all that, is going from, okay, like decisions run through me, but I don't necessarily make the decisions, to everybody looks at you and all the blame goes towards you if things go wrong. And I think that's just a big adjustment for everybody to go from, I'm part of the team, to no, everybody is looking at me and all the pressure is on for me to succeed. That's going to be a tough situation, especially if you're walking into the Charlotte Hornets.
Yeah, exactly. That is not the best setup, and I don't even know if they have any clue what they're doing. Then we have the conversation: do we wish that upon her to even go there? You need to be
good situations
set up for success in some capacity. Jordy Fernandez also on the list to be a candidate. Probably don't want Jordy to go there either. But how much longer do you think Jordy will be in Sacramento?
I would have put just about every dollar in my account that Jordy would have been gone this offseason. I think in a weird way, maybe the Kings' instability and just like not being at the forefront of all the basketball conversations like they were last year might have took him out of like the spotlight a bit. So in a weird way, I think the Kings' up and down season might have kept Jordy around for another year. But like I said, I mean, Jordy's the head coach of Canada. With the Olympics this summer, if Canada makes a run, all fingers are going to be pointing towards Jordy. And there's no way he's going to be around after next year's offseason. So, you got to love your time. Jordy, Mike Brown has talked plenty, especially last year, about how Jordy was his first hire. Jordy's a guy who he had as his son Elijah's personal coach. So this is somebody that he just trusts implicitly. He's pretty much like a part of their family. So I'm sure he's going to hate to see Jordy leave, but at the same time, like you said up top, like it's a great opportunity. If anything, it's a sign of respect that, hey, this is ultimately what we want,
right.
Like is for the tree to be spread across the entire league. And it's going to be tough to replace Jordy because we've been around him for a couple summer leagues and just like a top tier person. Like he's so funny, so engaging, so personable, and just like a really down to earth person who just gets it, like loves basketball. And is truly somebody that this organization is going to miss when he leaves, not if he leaves. It's just a matter of when. I don't think it's going to be this offseason, but who knows how many coaching opportunities arise.
There will definitely be a void to fill whenever that time comes. And the same can be said about the Kings playing with Malik Monk. We discussed how they've been doing without the front runner for the Sixth Man of the Year and if this can continue. Stiles Watkins, Sactown Sports.
It's the final road game of the regular season for the Sacramento Kings.
Blocked over the shoulder by Sabonis, and it's grabbed by Colby Jones. 32 seconds to go. Here comes Fox and the Kings. Difference between the clocks is 13 seconds. Fox for three. De'Aaron Fox has just hit a triple to put Sacramento on top, 100-99.
Check out the Kings and the Thunder from Oklahoma City. Tip-off Tuesday at 5 on your home of the Kings, Sactown Sports.
Hey there, wanted to take a moment of your time so I could talk to you about insecurity. I could talk to you about confidence. I could talk to you about girth. Yeah, what? Girth? Yeah, okay. Let me tell you about the Upsize Clinic at UpsizeMatters.com. My good friend, Dr. Jack, and his friend, Dr. Pash in San Francisco have a safe, effective, long-lasting doctor-performed procedure. It's non-surgical, virtually pain-free. Now listen, girth is consistently ranked as the most important attribute. What Dr. Jack and Dr. Pash are offering is a free consultation. The procedure can be done on the same day as your consultation and get that confidence back. Reset in the bedroom with your partner. Financing is available. It's very private. It's very discreet. Available in Roseville with Dr. Jack and San Francisco with Dr. Pash at UpsizeMatters.com. That's UpsizeMatters.com.
Get in on the action at Sky River Casino in Elk Grove. With over 80 table games, more than 2,100 slot machines, and a thrilling high-limit room, you'll enjoy a casino experience on a whole new level. Visit SkyRiver.com today. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
You know the saying, they don't care how much you know until they know how much you care. Kenny and Jerry here from Bell Brothers. And when it comes to air conditioning tune-ups and repairs, it's true.
Sure, I can tell you how great our techs are. How they're experienced, dedicated, and trained to do the job right the first time. Make no mistake, our techs are great. But the way you'll know they care is in the details.
They show it by arriving on time, in clean trucks, wearing clean uniforms. They're clean cut, friendly, and courteous. They communicate clearly and will give you a price up front, in writing, so there are no surprises.
You'll know they care because they will treat you like they care. And like I said, they're also really good at doing the job right the first time.
Call Bell Brothers today to schedule an $87 precision tune-up. Our number is 916-444-1234 or find us online at thenosurpriseguys.com.
The No Surprise Guys, Bell Brothers.
Spring savings continue at Folsom Lake Kia. Low payments, special offers, zero down deals on approval of credit. Shop your trusted Kia dealership for over 25 years and tell them DC sent you. FolsomLakeKia.com.
Country in the Park is back May 17th and 18th at Cal Expo with Brantley Gilbert, Dustin Lynch, Jay Cohen, Walker Hayes, and more. Tickets start at just $46. Country in the Park May 17th and 18th at Cal Expo. For more information, visit CITPFest.com.
Brought to you by Tub Shed, new Dawn treatment sensors, and Raising Cane's chicken fingers.
Sponsored by Xfinity. Enjoy the entertainment you love with the Xfinity Stream app. Turn any screen into a TV and take the entertainment you love wherever you go. Xfinity, we connect you to more of what you love.
It's a myth to think you don't play golf well enough to get fitted for golf clubs. The professionals at the Hagen Oaks Player Performance Studio would argue that playing the game with golf clubs properly fitted to your body and swing characteristics is the best way to improve your game and have more fun on the golf course. With a professional staff of fitters, all the major brands of equipment, and cutting-edge technology featuring TrackMan, The indoor-outdoor Hagen Oaks Player Performance Studio is worth a look. See for yourself, Fulton Avenue at the Cap City Freeway. Schedule your fitting at 916-808-2531, 808-2531.
Lead generation is one of the most important aspects of any marketing campaign. Let us help you identify your target audience and market your products or services to them. Go to aimyourdigital.com today. aimyourdigital.com.
Guys, did you know your testosterone level impacts your energy, libido, sleep, weight, hair loss, mood, and even ED? And right now, Revive Men's Health Sacramento will check your testosterone for free. They're in Midtown in the Cal Sutter Medical Building and also offer telemedicine appointments. Schedule your free testosterone test, exam, and consultation today. Call 916-365-4566. That's 916-365-4566 or visit ReviveMen'sHealth.com.
Sactown Sports. Call or text at 916-339-1140.
Missing Malik. Well, offensively. Defensively, they've been playing pretty well, Chris, and it's going to have to continue tonight when you take on a Thunder team who will have Shai Gilgeous-Alexander, who is, I guess he could win. He could win. Do you think he's
not.
MVP?
I hope not. He definitely could win it. I don't know. I don't know what the odds are looking like now. I haven't really done. I guess I probably should start. Not that I have a vote, but like doing the All NBA and all those award stuff.
Here you go. I got you right.
If I had to guess, Shai is. I bet second highest odds behind Jokic. Third.
It's your boy.
Yo.
Don't need Luka.
Really?
Luka is second.
I guess they are rising right now. Like if they end up as like a 4 seed. Wouldn't be the craziest thing, especially with Luka's numbers. They're absolutely broken. And with the Jokic MVP fatigue, kind of makes sense, but I would probably still go Jokic.
It's so funny to me. There's 4 games left, right? And obviously they're not going to get rid of this stuff.
Right.
But who in their right mind would even put anything down on Jalen Brunson? He's 4th.
Right.
But it's
what's he
over.
going to do in the 4 games if he scores 50 points the next 4 games?
He still wouldn't
You're
win.
telling me he's league MVP? Like, yeah, exactly. That doesn't make sense.
Yeah, and obviously
Just
they're not going to
throwing
shut
money
them
away.
down, but it's just just go ahead and burn
Set it on fire.
Exactly. So Malik Monk and the games that they've played without him, they're 3-3, and you have some of the offensive and defensive numbers.
Yes, this is actually from our guy Brendan Nunes. So shout out Brendan who collected this information. This is since Malik Monk went down. Kings are 11th in the NBA in offensive rating, 4th, number 4 in the NBA in defensive rating, and 5th in net rating, which is, I'm finding out, a very, very important number that apparently all NBA front offices use just kind of as a gauge to figure out, okay, truly what is the hierarchy of teams. I say this because, I overheard Wes Wilcox having a conversation with somebody, and he just casually threw out when he was talking about, I think somebody asked him, hey, is like New Orleans legit? And without even thinking, he was like, well, they're blank and net and whatever and net rating. And that really tells me all I need to know. So
Right.
That's definitely a really, really important number. And that's also only over the past 6 games. But, I do think that the number 4 in defensive rating is absolutely the number to look at, as this team has been just like begging to be at a mid 15. And the fact that they're at 4 is definitely not nothing. And the tough thing for me when I look at, have they truly like turned a corner, or have they been able to figure it out and actually survive without Malik? The thing that gives me a little bit of pause is when I looked at how the wins and losses have been distributed. Those 6 games, Kings are 3-3. The 3 wins, Jazz, Clippers, Nets, and then the 3 losses, Mavs, Knicks, Celtics. So, the wins are still wins that you probably should be getting, and you throw in a Clippers win, which is a good win. But those losses are all pretty much what you would have put in the schedule. So when you look at the remaining schedule of the Kings having OKC and and Phoenix and New Orleans, that doesn't really inspire a ton of confidence that they can get all three taken care of. Maybe they can win one of them off of what the track record has been there. But yeah, if you're just looking at the numbers, it's kind of, or looking at the wins and losses and who they've came against. It just, to me, that shows that the Kings have beaten two teams that they probably should have beaten, and then have gone 1-3 against opponents where, previously, if they were fully loaded, they'd hopefully go 2-2, maybe 3-1.
Because offensive rating and defensive rating, obviously, it has nothing to do with a win or loss.
No.
And it has nothing to do with the timing of when the scoring or defense happens in a game.
Yeah.
So these numbers look really good, but if you watch the games, it's because that first half against the Knicks, they were lighting the nets on fire, and then they go ice cold or just cool off even. And that's when it matters most. And then at that time, their defensive rating probably wasn't that good.
Probably wasn't great in the second half.
So just to look at it holistically, I do think it's a little bit misleading.
Yeah.
If maybe you give them that Celtics win, as we talked about at the top of the show, how would we even view the Celtics win? Because it wasn't against the Celtics.
Yeah.
It was against the Celtics B squad. So I think today is a huge day. Tonight is a huge night to see, okay, maybe it could be real. Because to your point, that best win is the Clippers. They were missing Kawhi, and I don't know what to do with the Clippers right now.
Yeah.
They've been sliding. So it feels good, but I think that the guys that are doing things that we aren't used to seeing, like Davion Mitchell and Keon Ellis, those guys later in the game haven't been producing offensively, which isn't surprising because that's not what role players really do. But when you don't have Malik, it can't be. De'Aaron tried his darndest last game and it wasn't enough. That is where, to me, yes, Keegan Murray, it's nice for him to be at 17 points. But again, and I hate to harp on it, I'm looking at that 17 a lot differently if Keegan makes that game winner. That's just what it is.
No, I mean, absolutely. Like I would also agree. I mean, I would say that, I still have a lot of questions about if these are, like you said, if this is a close game down the stretch, not the Boston game excluded.
Yeah.
If these guys have to go bucket for bucket with OKC tonight, OKC's got maybe Jalen Williams. They got Shea. They got, Chet Holmgren. They've got Giddey. They've got tons of different guys. Lou Dort, Isaiah Joe. They have so many guys who can hit shots or create shots for themselves. Kings last 5 minutes, it's De'Aaron creating for everybody. Maybe they get more post-ups to Sabonis. Hopefully you get open looks from Keegan and HB, and hopefully they knock it down. But it's just a lot more reliance on their one guy. And that's where Malik had really taken the biggest step this year, is in those clutch situations. Dude was just as good as De'Aaron. So to me, that's where these guys are really going to miss Malik. If they can take care of business beforehand, that's not really a problem. We saw that with the Clippers. If you go up 15-20 and you don't have to worry about the fourth quarter, that's great. But more than likely, one of these three very, very important games are going to come down to the last 5 minutes. And that's when the Kings missing all of their weapons, I think, is really going to show.
Yeah, it gets to a point when it's not De'Aaron, I guess Keegan, but sometimes Keegan is a part of this. If it's not De'Aaron, not Sabonis, I'm naming it, Chris, the hot potato offense.
Yes.
Because it's just a bunch of guys passing the ball around.
Looking for an open look. And then you better be feeling it. And then they feel like, okay, I guess I have to shoot because coach wants me to shoot. So do I trust the hot potato offense? I'm sorry, not really. No, not really. No. And I mean, especially even with just like clutch shots, it feels like these guys haven't had a lot of reps in having clutch shots besides De'Aaron and Malik. And so if I'm OKC or whoever they're playing and it's down the stretch, I'm blitz. We talk about blitzing on the Kings side. I'm blitzing the hell out of De'Aaron, and I'm saying, go ahead, Keegan, create something, please. Davion, if I'm the other team, I'm gladly like, go ahead, Davion Mitchell, go ahead. Keon Ellis, go ahead. HB, go ahead. Even Sabonis, I think they're saying, he can maybe post us up. Don't allow the post up, but if we can get the ball in Sabonis's hands, I think that's a win for the other team. So yeah, that's kind of where it becomes a little bit scary. And feelings can change if the Kings take care of it tonight. Definitely. I think tonight's win goes a long way in building up confidence. You end the road trip on a positive note. And, you know how big these 3 games are that they have tonight and then the next 2 on Thursday and Friday. You just got to lock in, man. You really no excuses, and you can't get too down on yourself, can't get too high. We saw that, what was that, in the Knicks game, like you said, when they came out flame throwing, kind of felt like they took their foot off the gas. They stopped hitting shots.
Yeah.
Got to just plow through until, last 5, whenever you feel like, honestly, no, you probably need to play until the final whistle. I really don't think any lead is safe, especially, again, when you consider all of these teams are fighting for something. You have to be up 20 with like 5 minutes to go, and even then, you still might keep your starters.
I think we saw that in Phoenix.
That's right. That's true. That's right.
Saw that happen in Phoenix. Continuing the conversation, also going to get into some A's when we return. Ken Rosenthal wrote an article for The Athletic where Dave Kaval had some things to say, and some players had some things to say, including players from the Sacramento area, Sacramento natives in the big leagues right now. Stiles and Watkins, Sactown Sports.
I'm sorry, I just wanted a Frosty.
Did you miss any part of our live local shows? Don't worry, you never have to miss them again. Check out SactownSports.com and search our podcast page and play our shows when you want. The Carmichael Dave Show with Jason Ross, Stiles and Watkins, and The Drive Guys. Plus, other podcasts like Return of the Empire, Return of the Roar, the Stingers Up podcast, and Golf to Go with Frank LaRosa.
They're all available right now on SactownSports.com.
Seems like all this artificial intelligence stuff stirs up the age-old debate of man versus machine. Hi, it's Dan from the Good Feet store, and let me ask you, would you let a robot cut your hair? Would you rely on an app to teach a kid to ride a two-wheeler? Let's face it, some things require the human touch. People come to us seeking a solution to foot, leg, and back pain after trying all kinds of things recommended by in-store machines or website blurbs. An impersonal, generic approach to solving a problem that's unique to you. No wonder they usually don't work. At the Good Feet store, you'll meet with an arch support specialist who will take the time to learn about your needs, your feet, your lifestyle, and then fit you from over 300 models and sizes of arch supports, designed for pain relief, better balance, and more comfort. See what we can do for you with a free fitting. Just stop in or schedule an appointment. With over 200 stores, there's likely one near you. Find yours at goodfeet.com.
Hey, what's up, Sacramento? It's Kyle Draper. Turn up the cleanliness at your restaurant, healthcare, or industrial business with Alsco Uniforms, the official sponsor of the Sacramento Kings Mop Crew. We've got you covered with crisp uniforms, hygienically clean linens, floor mats, and of course, mops delivered weekly. But that's not all. Alsco Uniforms also offers weekly services for first aid and restroom supplies. Discover why it pays to keep clean with Alsco Uniforms. Just go to alsco.com to learn more. Again, that's ALSCO.com.
Without the ones like you, who work tirelessly to keep things running, everything would suddenly stop. Hospitals, factories, schools, and power plants, they all depend on you. No matter the weather, emergency, or time of day, you're the ones who get it done. At Grainger, we're here for you with professional-grade industrial supplies. Count on real-time product availability and fast delivery. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today? Brakes? We can save you 15% on that. We have OE quality Duralast brake pads and rotors in stock, ready for pickup or delivery. We also have calipers, brake fluid, tools, and anything else you'll need to do the job right. When you get Duralast pads and rotors together, you'll save 15%. It's just part of what makes us America's #1 brakes destination.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Hey, what's up? We're talking to Chad Hoblet, a Hoblet Dodge Chrysler Jeep Ram in Woodland. What's going on for Ram Truck Month?
We are very excited to be celebrating 75 years in business by doing what we do best, helping you get the truck you need for less. Right now, save up to $11,000 off MSRP on new 2024 Ram 1500 Bighorn Crew Cabs. And with over 500 new Rams available, you won't find a better selection in all of California.
Wow, 75 years. That's pretty amazing.
It all started with my grandpa and great-grandpa's dream, and it's grown over the years to where we've had a chance to serve tens of thousands of customers and show them there's something special about Hoblet you just can't get at those big city auto mall dealerships.
Come experience the difference at California's #1 Ram truck dealer. Search, select, and save through our whole inventory at HobletDodge.com. Unbeatable prices, unbeatable selection. Nobody beats Hoblet, period.
11,000 total net savings after 5,000 factory rebates and 6,000 dealer discounts. Rebates include 2,000 Chrysler Capital bonus cash. Must finance through Chrysler Cap to qualify. 500 first responder bonus cash. Must be current member of eligible first responder association. More than 5 of this total net savings. See dealer for details.
When I want to stretch out after a long day, my sofa needs to be comfortable, but it also needs to look attractive and inviting when guests come to visit. Hi, I'm Frank LaRosa with a word about Naturewood Home Furnishings. We spend so much time on our living room sofas that we forget they're a focal point and a hint to our decorating tastes. Right now, during Naturewood Home Furnishings sofa sale, you can save on every sofa, including gallery-exclusive custom-ordered flex steel furniture. Whether you're interested in a new sofa, sectional, or recliner, you can choose from hundreds of colors and fabrics. Nobody has more styles and choices than Naturewood Home Furnishings. And when it comes right down to it, it's all about choices and always about quality. Shop Naturewood for the look you love at a price you'll love even more. Visit Naturewood Home Furnishings right now for this remarkable sofa sale. Off Highway 50 at Hazel, look for the water wheel.
Kevin Lewis of National Garage Door. Whether you need to repair a broken spring, install a new opener, or buy a quality Rainer door, National Garage Door is here for you. Call us today to see how we can transform your house with a new garage door.
638-4554 National Garage Door.
Live and local. Live and local. This is Sactown Sports.
Ken Rosenthal with an article on the A's. It's the hot topic right now, everything with the A's, as they are now headed to Sacramento next season. Real quick, guys, before we get into that with the Masters starting this week, we were looking at a couple different odds and things like that. I don't know if I said this on the air or not, but I'm a Rory guy, always been a Rory guy, and I hope he gets it done.
Yeah. Did you watch Full Swing, the Netflix show?
No, everyone keeps telling me I need to watch
it. Once you say you're a Rory guy, I mean, like, he gets heavily featured in one of the episodes, and like, I wasn't super aware of like the person that Rory is. Like, I mean, I just kind of knew him as, oh yeah, he was this guy who was kind of meant to be the next one up.
Right.
Didn't quite live into the Tiger footsteps, and was kind of fallen into being your run of the, not, I don't want to say run of the mill golfer, but nothing like exceptional.
Yes, he's always in the conversation.
Exactly. But seeing that, I mean, it goes really into detail about how involved he is with the PGA side of it, especially versus LIV. Like, he was somebody who was very, very adamant about, the PGA it means something to be a PGA golfer. And, it's nice to take the bag in the LIV tour, but at the end of the day, it's like when we were talking about earlier with Isaiah Thomas and the NBA being the goal that everyone tries to get to.
Right.
The PGA still means something, and I think it was really cool to just kind of see Rory working hand in hand with Tiger, especially to just kind of show we care about the PGA Tour meaning something, and him being, even though he might not have lived up to the Tiger on the course, he definitely is a leader in the clubhouse, if you will, for golfers off of the course.
A ton of top 10 finishes. Obviously, he's a Masters away from the Grand Slam, and every year everybody says, Is this going to be the year? Is this going to be the year? And hopefully it is the year for Rory. By the way, does it make you feel, and we're busy this weekend, so I don't think we're going to be able to, but do you get the itch while the Masters is on to golf or no?
Yes.
It's if you didn't already, which is funny because golfers, and I know there's the more updated golf carts that have, you can play the Masters, right? In the audio and things like that. But it's funny that in certain golf carts.
Yeah, I was like, but I was not frequent in those courses.
Yeah, which courses are you going to, man?
There are a lot of
Bay Area courses.
You can play it on your phone. You bring a speaker.
I've seen some that have TVs in them.
There you go. Yeah. But it's funny because you would think
in the future.
I haven't been in them.
I know certain golfers want, and I know it's on for a very long time. you want to watch, but you also get the itch to golf.
Yes.
So I think that this Saturday is probably a nightmare. If
Yes.
you have, and the weather is going to be good.
Yep.
So if you haven't already booked, you're probably cooked for this weekend. And speaking of, this was something from Front Office Sports. And I know the Masters always talk about how affordable their
That's
food
right.
is on
Once
the
you're in.
outside.
Yeah, once you're in.
The Masters has opened the Map and Flag, its first and only hospitality experience outside of Augusta National. Tickets cost $17,000 for the week and include tournament access, premium dining, outdoor garden, merchandise shop. It's completely sold out this year. So, Chris, stupid question. 17 grand, the premium dining, that's included, right?
It's got everything better being included. It better be
not
all
merchandise
inclusive. Not merchandise,
shop,
but all inclusive in terms of food and drink, I would hope.
The funniest thing to me,
and that
is
better
the-
also, I'm assuming that's a 4-day package. Like that, honestly,
Yeah,
it
it's
better
for
be
the
the whole
week.
week.
It's for the
It better
week.
be
It's
the
for the week.
entire
It's for
week.
the week.
Chris, it's not going to matter to you because you're hitting the free throw blindfolded. So that's
true. I mean, it's
17
nothing
G's
to
is
me.
nothing,
Literally
dude, for 20
nothing.
mil.
I think the funniest part of this, out of this whole thing that I read, is the last two. You're paying 17 grand, tournament access, premium dining, outdoor garden, merchandise shop, outdoor garden.
Yeah, you get to sit
Look
on
at a
some
garden.
grass. Yeah,
and a merchandise shop. So there's only two things that you're actually getting for 17 grand.
Right.
Tournament access and
Which
premium dining. My guess is that the premium dining, based on the tickets, is going to make up for it.
and you get to flex. I mean, that's there's at least like $2,000-$3,000 included just for the flex of it.
Can you imagine me in there?
No, you would definitely get. I mean, they would definitely ask for your ticket like 5 times.
Hey, man.
You're like, sir, who are you with?
Yeah.
Wait,
Another video,
no,
please.
sir. Please.
No more videos. So there you go.
Please stop clapping, sir.
Yeah, let's go, Rory.
Yeah.
Let's go.
Like, okay, sir, please.
That's just like yesterday.
Not Arsenio.
That's just like yesterday at Fieldhouse. You know, it got a lot of ovations going when people arrived and when people left. Nate
Yeah,
was
that
extremely
was-
uncomfortable.
Well, not just me, dude. It's everyone.
Hey, man.
Joe was leaving. You hit him with that. He was just he was trying to sneak out too.
He really was.
He was
I
trying
know.
to sneak out, and it was just an ugly move.
The only one I
was
didn't get was Dave.
I
I know.
Dave, he snuck out.
I
too
didn't see
quickly.
Dave. I was getting into our Uber, and Dave drove up and almost hit me. And then the Uber driver thought I was getting into a fight with somebody, I think, and it was just Dave.
Yeah.
Wow. Wow. There you go. As we get into some A's updates, Ken Rosenthal wrote an article for The Athletic, and there's a lot to break down. And some of the highlights include other players speaking about it. And this is kind of some of the highlights. In January, team president Dave Cavil says, we're budgeting numbers and we think we are in the higher side of the league once they get to Las Vegas. On Monday, he reaffirmed the A's intent to spend. We plan to grow our payroll ahead of our move to Las Vegas. And once we are in our new ballpark, we plan to have a top-tier payroll, Cavil said in a statement to The Athletic. A person briefed on the A's plans in January said the team intended to carry payrolls in the 130 mil to 150 mil range during the ramp-up period before they relocate to Vegas, which would be in Sacramento, then 170 million plus once they moved into their new fixed roof stadium. Cavil declined to confirm those numbers at the time. Granted, any serious analysis of how Fisher intends to more than double the team's current $61 million payroll is probably so much wasted breath.
Yeah, I mean, what are we talking about? What sense does that make? Or in terms of you're actually supposed to believe him? Why now that, you know, it's been laid out, they're not going to be getting a ton of money. You know, there's just no way that this team is actually going to start spending money now out of nowhere when they're collecting as little money as they have previously. I mean, they're getting less from NBC Sports. They're, you know, it's clearly, you know, Sutter Health Park is not going to be at the capacity of of the Coliseum, no matter what people say. I mean, it's not, there's no way they're going to generate the same revenue, and there's no way that they're going to be outspending what they make. So there's just no way. This is insane. And John Fisher has never spent. He's not going to start now that the team's not in Oakland. It's ridiculous.
This is also Ken Rosenthal. Can't see, and this is just Ken Rosenthal speaking on it. Can't see the A's spending. Can't see players taking their money. For the 1,036th time, can't see how this is going to work. Now, which part of that isn't going to work remains to be seen. There is a local guy who has some things to say about whether or not he'd want to play in front of the hometown. We'll tell you who that is and what he said when we return. Also, we have Dante Whitner doing some complaining. I'll probably rile Nate up as we talk Niners and Super Bowl. Stiles Watkins, Sactown Sports.
On the move? Got somewhere to be?
Take Sacramento Kings basketball with you. The Sactown Sports app will let you stay connected to your passion. Never miss a moment of Sacramento Kings basketball with the Sactown Sports app.
Around here at Wrangler, we are all excited for spring. The longer days, the warmer nights. When you've got your pick of shorts and jeans, either works just fine. Blue skies, open roads. Wrangler, for the ride of life.
The good folks at Wendy's have a revolutionary new product for you. Introducing the new Orange Dreamsicle Frosty. It's like a time machine that takes you all the way back to now, the year 2024. It's the classic creamy, orangey flavor you remember. Dare I say, it's new-timey. It's the flavor you grew up with, just all grown up. Head over to your local Wendy's establishment and get yours while supplies last. The new Orange Dreamsicle Frosty. Here for the now, for now.
Limited time only, participating Wendy's.
Hey, what's up, everybody? It's Kyle Draper here for Mercedes-Benz of Stockton. I get a lot of compliments from my friends about my new EQS SUV. Mercedes has proven that electric cars can be gorgeous and stylish. My EQS is the finest vehicle I've ever had. And some of my friends have even asked, what's it really like to have an electric Mercedes? Is it easy to own and operate? Is it easy to charge? Well, it's as easy as owning a regular gas guzzler, except you never have to put gas in it. And I never stress about battery charging. It's got a long range, so no problem there. And it's easy to charge. You just plug it in, and that's it. Right now, Mercedes-Benz of Stockton is offering up to $19,000 in Mercedes-Benz incentives on select new vehicles and certified pre-owned Mercedes vehicles, as low as 1.99% APR for qualified buyers. So head on out to Mercedes-Benz of Stockton. It's just a half hour from Sacramento, right off I-5, or online anytime at mbfstockton.com.
Are you stressing about your IRS tax problems? Have you received notices from the IRS threatening to garnish your wages, levy your bank accounts, or seize your property? You need an ally. Allies Tax Relief has tax attorneys and enrolled agents that are ready to fight for you. They have saved millions for taxpayers just like you. Allies Tax Relief can help put a stop to IRS collections and, most importantly, negotiate your tax debt. Here's Brenda, a happy client of Allies Tax Relief.
I owed the IRS around $57,000, and they're about to start garnishing my paychecks. I heard a commercial on the radio about Allies Tax Relief, so I thought I'd give them a call. After a day, they were able to at least stop the garnishments, and after a few months of negotiations, I walked away owing the IRS only $301.
If you owe the IRS, call Allies Tax Relief right now for your free consultation. Call 800-230-5174. 800-230-5174. That's 800-230-5174.
National Ping Club Fitter of the Year, Hagen Oaks Golf Super Shop is introducing the straightest, most forgiving Ping driver ever with the new Ping G430 Max 10K driver. A fixed back weight, Ping's largest head profile, and a carbon fly wrap crown help G430 Max 10K launch the ball higher with less spin for consistently longer and straighter results. Schedule your fitting and see for yourself at the Hagen Oaks Golf Super Shop, Fulton Avenue to Cap City Freeway, or online at hagenoaks.com.
Without the ones like you, who work tirelessly to keep things running, everything would suddenly stop. Hospitals, factories, schools, and power plants, they all depend on you. No matter the weather, emergency, or time of day, you're the ones who get it done. At Grainger, we're here for you with professional-grade industrial supplies. Count on real-time product availability and fast delivery. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Get in zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today? Brakes? We can save you 15% on that. We have OE quality Duralast brake pads and rotors in stock, ready for pickup or delivery. We also have calipers, brake fluid, tools, and anything else you'll need to do the job right. When you get Duralast pads and rotors together, you'll save 15%. It's just part of what makes us America's #1 brakes destination.
Capital Casino has been serving the greater Sacramento area in the same convenient downtown location for over 20 years, with plenty of close-by, well-lit parking monitored by security staff and offering the most variety of table games in the region in a safe and friendly environment. Best food, best service, and the best action. That's Capital Casino. For more information on tournaments and gaming, check out their website at capital-casino.com. And please remember to gamble responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Every beer has a history, but not every beer is as legendary as Coors Banquet. Brewed only in Golden, Colorado. Born of the Rocky Mountains. There's only one beer in the history of beer that has been as stolen, smuggled, and sought after as this one. It's time to find out why. Coors Banquet, brewed in Golden, Colorado, served everywhere. 2022 Coors Brewing Company, Golden, Colorado. Celebrate responsibly.
KHTKAM Sacramento, KYMX HD2 Sacramento.
Keep it on the local level.
Live and local, 6 a.m. to 6 p.m., Monday through Friday.
From the Power Business Technology Toshiba Studios. Sactown Sports.
Wonderful, my magic. Gorillas in the nest.
Sactown Sports.
Check us out on YouTube. Search Sactown Sports and subscribe.
From Sacramento State's own, Rhys Hoskins was asked about, I don't know about the whole situation, but specifically whether he'd want to play in front of his hometown. And he mentioned that during the article, it was brought up. And Chris, this is what he had to say.
Yes, this is from the Rosenthal article. It says, Hoskins loves his hometown and believes residents will rally behind any team that plays in the city, even temporarily. But he opts out at the end of the but if he opts out of his contract at the end of the season, don't expect him to call his agent, Scott Boras, and demand to wear the green and gold. Rhys says, quote, I would certainly consider it because the idea of playing at home has always been enticing, but the lack of big league facilities and the product that the organization is putting out there is not something I would want to be a part of. And it's not just Hoskins that's quoted in this article. There's also Justin Turner of the Dodgers as well. He probably had the most inflammatory comments of anybody. They also asked Cody Bellinger. I'm sorry, Justin Turner's actually now on the Blue Jays. So there you go. Didn't know that. And Cody Bellinger as well, who is on the Chicago Cubs, had some comments as well. Cody pretty much jokingly, I mean, he did laugh when asked if he would consider Fisher's Vagabonds. Bellinger laughed and offered a conditional response based upon the lighting at Sacramento Sutter Health Park, which Cavill says he said he could upgrade. Bellinger said, if the lights are good, give me good lights. Don't know exactly what that means. Justin Turner, like I said, probably had the harshest things to say. And it wasn't actually about the Sacramento Stadium. It was more towards the Coliseum. He said, quote, they might play in front of more people. It might feel like a better baseball atmosphere, Turner said. Would it be on my top 10 list? Absolutely not. But, I mean, who's to say it's not going to be a better situation?
And that's the closest any of the players got to, and that's not even, I was going to say to being excited, but I wouldn't even say being excited, to tolerating or to entertaining the idea. So not on his top 10 list. I mean, there's only
30
teams. So
he also said the clubhouse can't be worse. The visiting clubhouse can't be worse. The attendance can't be worse. And even if the attendance is small in a smaller venue, it's not going to look as egregious as what it does in the Coliseum, which is massive.
Sounds like Justin Turner's going to be a Sacramento A. Sounds like he's not really bothered.
He's been around the block. I'm sure he might just be like, hey, I'll take a contract.
You know what it is? Justin Turner, he's ready. He's about done with that. He was with the Dodgers for so long. Yes. He's ready to come back to California and get out of that winter.
Out of the six.
Justin Turner is not slick. He is not slick. So Reese Hoskins saying he doesn't. And look, man, maybe it's still new. Maybe people don't want to be on the wrong side of this because John Fisher and Dave Cavill, they're the hot name to hate right now if you are outside of the 916 or 209. So maybe Reese Hoskins would change his tune a little bit later once things cool off a bit, maybe, but who knows?
Yeah, no, I also forgot to mention Ryan Noda, who is a current A, but played games in Sacramento as a minor league. He definitely had some things to say. He said concerns, the field, the locker room, the dugouts, the surface, making sure all the safety protocols and everything is up to par. That field needs a lot of work, a lot of money put into it in order for it to be a big league place.
And he was there recently.
Yeah, pretty recently, I would guess. I don't know if he played for the River Cats when they were still under the A's umbrella, but he obviously probably played, here as a visitor.
I had a firsthand. We keep bringing this up, but I had a firsthand account on the field. I almost said on the court. I was looking at the dugout and everything. This was before the A's. This was the Giants River Cats.
Mm-hmm.
The cubbies were just like falling apart where people put their helmets or extra cleats or whatever. Just like plywood smashed. So I really think it's going to be a lot of money to renovate this place. I don't know how much it costs to build, but I'm going to have to say that I'd say just a ballpark, no pun intended, guess $10 to $12 million
to renovate.
And they're going to need new clubhouses. Yeah. I just think what
did they redo, Chris?
I believe it might have been the clubhouse or like just
this past summer, right?
Yeah. Yes, it was just this past summer. It might have been like a staging area. Like it might have been where pitchers can warm up or something. I can't remember exactly what it was, but they did add a facility this past offseason, which you could maybe connect some dots there and say maybe they were expecting some of this news, which is why they got a bit of a head start to it. But yeah, I mean, there's going to be a lot of things. I mean, everything I would imagine has to be upgraded, even to just be even close to what is a major league floor at this point.
You have to consider too all of the gear that comes with being an MLB production. I was near the camera wells, which are next to the dugouts.
Yep,
they're small.
Yeah.
They're like
very
6x6 squares. And then you throw in those giant TV cameras that you see at NBA games. Right. Obviously, you see at baseball games, and like I think they have a sky cam there. Maybe not at but you're going to need all that stuff, and there's just not a ton of room. And this was something we talked about last week, was not having enough room when it came to concessions and getting around and fans.
Dude, honestly, like even the media section, like, I mean, they like their media row is maybe, I mean, obviously there's not a ton of media showing up to AAA baseball often, but you know, especially now at a major league level, like
we were
Giants
come
to town, Yankees. Yeah. Right. Cause you guys were just there for that Giants thing.
Did some work in there, and it was tight.
It's really tight.
Yeah. Here you go. This is from Jake Gaydon in February, and basically these were the updates that were made, updating both home and visiting locker rooms.
Okay,
updating the kitchen/dining area.
It's huge.
Updating laundry area.
Okay.
Adding female locker rooms.
Okay.
Adding female umpire room. Expanding the weight room. Expanding batting tunnels. Adding mental health rooms, and adding a family room.
Those are all massive upgrades. Yeah. That's great if those have actually all been taken care of.
Some of those, though, I think are like California law. I think so. Some of those might, if we're getting a little conspiratorial a few minutes ago about if they thought about, the A's potentially coming here. I think some of those you legally have to put in. Because I know in a lot of places you have to have like lactation rooms and stuff like that.
Sure.
So I think that might be along those lines. Well, not to throw away that theory.
Yeah, Jake said these have been in the works for 2 years.
Okay.
This stuff has been in the works for 2 years.
Yeah, that sounds like California law stuff.
I mean, and even then, like, it got improved, but how much of it is nice? Like I think there's a difference between it being bigger space or renovated and it still maybe not up to major league standards. It might just be a big empty room that doesn't have, these guys, I'm sure their locker rooms are accustomed to screens all over the place and, custom nameplates and maybe custom lockers and all that. I mean, I don't know what the MLB standard is, but and obviously there's going to be some leeway given. I think everybody's got to understand, look, we can't turn this minor league ballpark into a major league ballpark. There's just some things that are kind of constricted, but I think for the most part, all those upgrades you just listed sound like at the very least the upgrades that you would want to start with. So if they have a head start on all that, maybe some of the smaller things we're talking about actually won't be that big of a deal because they already got a head start on all the most important stuff.
Yeah, and it's tough because they just made these updates.
Yeah.
So, and look, I know how it is as a player. The last thing you want to do is rock the boat, especially in the minors.
Yes,
so if I talk about having a River Cats player on the show, I don't know how much that would help because they're just going to say how awesome it is.
Exactly.
And why wouldn't they?
Right.
Why wouldn't they? Of course they would. But it would be nice at some point throughout this year if we have somebody that feels comfortable enough, maybe they don't play for the River Cats and they're visiting
or something,
something like that, where we can get a full objective view of how it compares. Because Zach Geloff, who had some things to say, he has not been there. He's in the bigs now. So comparing the Coliseum and what they have to now what it looks like, because nobody that has said anything that we've seen has been in there since the renovations.
Yeah.
But either way, to your point, when you talk about building out the rest of the stadium and saying, oh, it's never going to be MLB level. I don't know. I think they're going to try. And we went back and forth with Whitey about how it was constructed during that terrible weather, because I think that's part of the flex that Vivek wants to say, right? If the A's do go through with Vegas and they leave, in my mind, do we think Vivek wants to build another? Would they tear down Sutter Health and start from scratch? Because I would think that
the time.
But I would think that Vivek would want to use Sutter Health to say we're already basically there.
Yeah, definitely.
Well, a big thing. We had that caller last week who said that Sutter Health's in Yolo County, right?
Yes.
West Sacramento.
Yes, it is,
I think that's a huge issue. I personally think that. I think it needs to be built in Sac County, and figuring that out is going to be tough because it's kind of a perfect location outside of that, because it's close enough to Golden One.
Yeah.
If you look at all those stadiums that have like next door, I mean, look at Oakland, right? Same parking lot. You had the Raiders, the A's, and the Warriors for so long. So you want to keep that synergy. I don't know if that is going to be possible. I mean, the rail yards, but
other place that they could do it.
They're always kicking around the MLS thing.
Oh,
so
definitely.
I don't.
If you
I
have
don't
to
know.
start from scratch, then if you're Vivek, you're basically saying, I did you guys a solid. But now, past that solid that he did Major League Baseball, past that, we're starting from scratch anywhere we go.
Sutter Health is going to be a start from scratch anyways, because they just can't expand it, right? It doesn't make sense. So they're going to have to. It might be worse than starting from scratch, because you're going to have to demo the place, right? You're going to have to demo. That takes way more time. You're going to have to. The parking thing doesn't make sense to me. I was actually I have some friends that work across the street at the Rayleigh's corporate offices there, and I was asking kind of how they're going to handle it, and there's already like parking problems there and space issues and traffic. It's not an ideal place to be for a major league team, but that's happened before. Places have been built, so like Candlestick was notorious.
Yeah, right? and you also have teams that play in other counties. So whatever is going to be the path of least resistance is exactly what I think Vivek is going to attempt to accomplish. When we return, NBA awards are around the corner. What do you think? Also, CBS ranks the top wide receiver trios. Where do the Niners fall? Stiles and Watkins, Sactown Sports.
On the move? Got somewhere to be?
Take Sacramento Kings basketball with you. The Sactown Sports app will let you stay connected to your passion. Never miss a moment of Sacramento Kings basketball with the Sactown Sports app.
When you take the time to shop at Folsom Lake Honda, there's one thing you'll always find. Happy people ready to serve you. As a family-owned and operated dealership since 2009, customer service is our #1 priority. Our customers love doing business with us, and you will too.
Looking to own or lease? During the spring sales event, drive a brand new Accord or Civic. Visit us today at FolsomLakeHonda.com, your one-stop Honda shop.
Folsom Lake Honda, yeah, your one-stop Honda shop.
I'm Craig Ashton of the injury law firm of Ashton and Price. Whether you've been injured on a bicycle, as a pedestrian in a slip and fall, auto, Uber, Lyft, or big rig accident, you need Ashton and Price in your corner. When you call Ashton and Price, there's no chatbot telling you to hit 3 for accounting. You're greeted by a real live person who will immediately transfer you to an experienced attorney. The consultation's free, and there's never a fee until you win.
Remember, for the best advice, don't think twice. Call Ashton and Price.
Sactown Sports. Call or text at 916-339-1140.
Award season around the corner, Chris. James Harden, the last U.S.-born player to win MVP in 2018. Am I reading this correctly?
Yep.
That's
Been a while.
crazy.
It has been a while. It's a topic that I am fascinated with. The downfall of the American basketball player. It continues.
2018.
It has been a very long time since the NBA has had an American-born MVP, and not only that, I mean, if you keep reading on there, international players have gotten 456 of a possible 503 first-place MVP votes since there are 100 voters and there is an extra fan vote in 3 of those years. 91% of first place votes have gone to international players since 2018. Don't expect that to be any different this year. Every first place vote in 2022 and 23 went to an international player. That would be Joel Embiid. That would
I was going to say Joel Embiid kind of
Jokic.
double agent here.
Yeah, I mean, Embiid, just declared himself an American last offseason or this past offseason. He is definitely not from America. I don't think he stepped foot in America until he was in college. So, he's pretty much only a USA. I mean, I'm pretty sure he's a U.S. citizen, but he is only considered a non-international because essentially they want him to play for Team USA in the Olympics.
Right. So that's ridiculous. Yeah. And as far as comparing it, I'm actually fascinated by this because my initial question was going to be, how come we talked about Shohei a couple weeks ago and how in baseball I've said, I do think it's tough with all the international players and specifically where they are international. And I think where I'm getting is that maybe all international isn't created equal because Miguel Cabrera, I think he won the Triple Crown twice in a row and he was never the face of baseball simply because I do think the American sports leagues, they do like having American stars. Why it hasn't affected basketball the same way is I do think that majority of the foreign stars that come over, they do all speak English.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, absolutely. I think it plays a big part in it for sure. I mean, just the relatability and the marketability especially is the biggest thing is, I think people want to see Jason Tatum slinging ruffles and, Giannis is a funny guy. I think the fact that you can relate with him, like, Shohei Ohtani, I can't, even his teammates. I mean, when we were reading about the Ipe situation, his teammates are even like, I don't know anything about him, but I know he doesn't like sports.
Yeah.
Like, that's not the case with Giannis. Like, we know Giannis is a fool. Like that
he
dude,
loves Oreos.
Like Jokic barely talks. We know Jokic loves his horse racing. We know he's not too fond of the NBA or the pageantry that goes along with being a pro. He just likes to bring his lunch pail to work and go home. Like, we don't really know much about the international baseball players because we literally don't speak the same language, but I just think that there's not that in between. There's no middleman of what, besides obviously the translators are the middlemen, but you don't get the same emotion. You don't get the same feeling. And I think ultimately, these are American based leagues and they're always going to opt for, we want to have a homegrown star be the face of the league. It's obviously fantastic. We can use those international players in our marketing, but ultimately every league will tell you we want our face to be that of what we are. Like even in overseas for soccer, like it's a big thing for Manchester United or Man City to have an English-born star because that's still important to marketing to your people. Yeah, it's great to be the best team in the world, but ultimately, if you're just a bunch of Brazilian and Argentinian and Italian guys out there, they just don't feel like, and maybe they just haven't tested it enough, but they feel like the thought process is it's not going to connect with the fans in the same way.
Yeah, and I'm reading here because I was just thinking of a star that has that it factor, that is a showman, that could really be that guy. And we know there's Tatis, and he's balling right now, and he's working through something. So Ronald Acuna Jr. He broke out in English during an interview last April 23rd. And then when he received his award in November on The Athletic, kind of breaking things down, no limitations. And I'm really happy to say that he was talking about his injuries and things like that. And the article goes on to say the Braves right fielder said that day through an interpreter, because while he can understand and speak English, he usually opts not to when he wants to be sure his point is made succinctly. So he's working on it. And we saw, I believe it
Ellie,
was
right?
Ellie De La Cruz. They're working on it. So it's not just us being close-minded Americans here. We see an opportunity and they see it too. Yeah, and I think maybe they'll get there. And I do think that will help baseball. But to keep it in the NBA and basketball realm, I'm also seeing here NBA.com 3 of 5.
Yeah, right.
For Malik Monk.
Yeah. They did their award predictions here early, and only 3 of 5. I thought it was surprising. Naz Reid got somebody else's vote, and
Bogdan Bogdanovic,
Bogey, like
on the Hawks.
Yeah, like that doesn't make any sense.
This is the type of Sacramento stuff, man.
It doesn't make any sense.
What is that? Who is this person?
Anti-Quinn Snyder, dude. Someone who really hates Quinn Snyder.
He's like, I'm so glad somebody finally stood up to him.
This is crazy.
It's got to be one of the Utah.
He's not even on. Was he even on the 6-man odd list that we've been looking at?
I would hope so. I would hope he's probably like 4th, maybe 3rd. I mean, he is averaging, I think, like 15 or 16 off the bench, shooting 40%.
This person. Who is this guy?
Yeah,
this is crazy now. John Schumann.
Oh, okay.
We got a bounty out for this.
Hold on.
John Schumann has Bogdan Bogdanovic, his 6th man of the year. You want to know what his odds are?
It's got, let's say, plus 1,000 plus.
Ooh, I'll say plus 12.
Guys, it's not even listed for FanDuel, DraftKings, or MGM.
Who's listed?
No, hold on. He has one on Bet Rivers. I've never even heard of that. At plus 25,000, he's
plus
behind
25,
Malik,
25.
Naz Reid, Norman Powell, Bobby Portis, then Karis LeVert, and then Bogdan Bogdanovic. And this person has him.
And he does have an explanation for it. He says the first 3 awards listed below were relatively easy selections. He's talking about MVP, Rookie of the Year, Defensive Player of the Year. Bogdanovic has the box score numbers, and the Hawks have been much better with him on the floor. Most improved is the toughest. Yeah, and that's his explanation, is that Bogdanovic has the box score numbers, and the Hawks have been much better with him on the floor. So he's looking at stats. He literally told on himself and said, I haven't really watched much, but I looked at the numbers and I'm going to say bogey.
We have to stop doing this.
That's insane.
That's NBA.com.
Yeah, that's
this
crazy.
Isn't some Joe Schmo.
No.
Come
This is
on,
straight
man.
up NBA.com.
You can't
NBA.com staffer.
FanDuel and DraftKings and MGM said we're not wasting our time.
Yeah, that's ridiculous. Nas Reed, I can live with. I don't agree with it. I think a lot of Nas Reed's 6 Man of the Year case has been him starting because Cat isn't playing, and I think people are like, oh, he's the best player who would come off the bench. But no, I think Malik has been the most true, like the most pure version of a 6 Man of the Year. Malik has fit it perfectly. Like, you want to talk about a team being better with him on the floor than off. I don't care about the numbers. You just go to a game at Golden One Center. You feel the energy when Malik Monk is on the floor and when he's not out there. You feel when this team needs that extra bit of pop and it just never comes because Malik is out right now. That's insane. I can live with Nas Reed, but having Bogey, shout out Bogey. He's made the best of that Atlanta situation. It hasn't been ideal since he signed there, but it's crazy to have Bogdanovich as your 6 Man of the Year.
It's getting ridiculous.
That's just that can't happen. And the Hawks, by the way, not that it ultimately should matter when it comes to 6 Man of the Year, but if I'm not mistaken, the Hawks are in the 9-10 seed, right?
Yeah.
So
well, we gotta be careful.
What
now.
are we talking about?
We gotta be careful. See how these last.
Well, you know,
but actually,
when Malik
dropping,
was there,
I was gonna say, dropping.
Come on.
Would you sacrifice?
No,
I'm just kidding. When we return, prop talk and dog segment. Stiles Watkins, Sactown Sports.
De'Aaron Fox plays here.
Stolen by Fox. Breakaway coming up for De'Aaron. And a simple, casual spike with the left hand. Kings lead by 3.
Sactown Sports is your proud home of the Sacramento Kings.
Hey there, wanted to take a moment of your time so I could talk to you about insecurity. I could talk to you about confidence. I could talk to you about girth. Yeah, what? Girth? Yeah, okay. Let me tell you about the Upsize Clinic at UpsizeMatters.com. My good friend, Dr. Jack, and his friend, Dr. Pash in San Francisco, have a safe, effective, long-lasting doctor-performed procedure. It's non-surgical, virtually pain-free. Now listen, girth is consistently ranked as the most important attribute. What Dr. Jack and Dr. Pash are offering is a free consultation. The procedure can be done on the same day as your consultation and get that confidence back. Reset in the bedroom with your partner. Financing is available. It's very private. It's very discreet. Available in Roseville with Dr. Jack and San Francisco with Dr. Pash at UpsizeMatters.com. That's UpsizeMatters.com.
All of California by Golf Pass. Timber Creek offers an unparalleled experience. Our revamped practice facility features a grass driving range, expanded putting greens, and a chipping area complete with sand traps. Whether you're a pro or just starting your golf journey, Timber Creek is the place to be. Visit us and discover why we're the talk of Sacramento and beyond. Unwind and tee off at Timber Creek Golf Course.
It's time to trade in and trade up at Northern California's #1 Honda dealer, Stockton Honda. Whether you're shopping new or pre-owned, Stockton Honda has the selection and savings. Plus, get top dollar for your trade. Come in today or go to StocktonHonda.com. It's all a click away.
Anytime, anywhere, it's all here. StocktonHonda.com.
#1 claims based on 2023 total new and Honda certified pre-owned vehicle car sales from American Honda Motor Company. Sold on report.
Dirty Heads. I'm on vacation. Live in concert. Every single day.
Friday, April 12th, 7:30 p.m. The venue at Thunder Valley.
Say I'm crazy, but I have a
Special guest, The Elevators.
good to me so far.
On sale at ThunderValleyResort.com.
Excuse me, I've been so long, I've been weak.
Don't miss Dirty Heads Live.
Rescue me.
Country in the Park is back May 17th and 18th at Cal Expo with Brantley Gilbert, Dustin Lynch, Jay Cohen, Walker Hayes, and more. Tickets start at just $46. Country in the Park May 17th and 18th at Cal Expo. For more information, visit CITPFest.com.
Brought to you by Tub Shed, New Dawn Treatment Centers, and Raising Cane's Chicken Fingers.
It's time to rethink your internet provider. Fidium Fiber Internet is wallet-friendly while delivering the best technology. Get some of the fastest speeds in California and a connection you can count on. Visit FidiumFiber.com today.
Guys, your testosterone level impacts your energy, drive, weight, hair loss, and even ED. Revive Men's Health Sacramento will check your T level for free. For your free T level check, exam, and consultation, call 916-277-8599 or visit revivemenshealth.com.
I love this time of year when the azaleas begin to bloom and the singing birds' sweet dawn chorus remind us that blue skies and sunshine are at hand. Hi, this is Frank LaRosa with a word about Naturewood Home Furnishings. In sports, the definition for the word master is one who's achieved a high degree of skill, and that will be on display in the highly anticipated golf tournament. In the furniture business, a master is a highly skilled craftsman, an artist even, whose work is coveted by those who appreciate design, quality, and durability. John Keyes was the mastermind of Naturewood Home Furnishings. He knew that you wanted your home to reflect your personal style, whether that was a plain coffee table or a masterpiece for you to enjoy forever. That's why when you walk into Naturewood Home Furnishings, you'll find the largest and best selection of the highest quality home furnishings in Northern California. Masterful. Naturewood Home Furnishings, off Highway 50 at Hazel. Look for the water wheel.
Live and local.
This is Sactown Sports.
Blake Snell had his Giants debut last night. It did not go as a lot of people had hoped, but he's still coming back. Obviously, no spring training. Pitched about 3 innings. Giants end up losing to the lowly Nationals, and people are already ticked off in Giants world as far as the offense not looking the way it should, and specifically right field, whether it's Austin Slater or Mike Yastrzemski, people not being thrilled about seeing them out there while you got Luis Matos hanging out here with us in Sacramento. Too. And, Chris, I said something that was a little spicy. And, we've always talked about it's not what you know, it's who you know. And I know he's a great defender, but there's a part of me that wants to say something on the top of TO Tuesday.
I think you have to say it now.
I don't know if Mike Yastrzemski's last name was Yastrzemski.
Oh, he's definitely one of those for sure.
I don't know if he would still be
Mike Thomas. Nah,
in the league.
He's gone.
I'm sorry.
Yeah. No, it's definitely one of those.
It's in his blood. That's what they'll say. It's in his blood.
Yeah, totally.
He had that year. He finished 8th in MVP voting, 2020 shortened season. And we've been waiting for that guy to come back for 3 years now, this being the 4th year.
Yeah.
And he never came back.
I think it's cooked. You got to move on.
If his name was Mike Stiles, I don't know. That's a decent name, but that's not Yastrzemski.
No, Mike Littlefield.
He's out.
He's
out.
No,
that dude's not even drafted.
No.
He's not
that guy's
drafted.
not getting drafted.
I do have a theory before we get into prop talk and dog segment. You give somebody a good name,
Boobie Miles.
It's a better chance.
Yeah.
Pooh Jetter.
It's a better chance. Buster Posey.
Yeah.
Kobe Bryant. Shaquille O'Neal. These are star names. Some guys will be stars
either
way.
Until they aren't.
They're star names.
Are you just doing the Key and Peele sketch?
No.
Oh.
Aaron.
X-Wing. No, that's
I do think it would be tough to imagine a Beyonce working at McDonald's.
Thank you.
But that's not her birth name, right?
Beyonce Knowles.
I believe it's Beyonce
Really?
Knowles. Yeah.
I thought it was just the state. I thought, okay.
No, Jamie Foxx, that's not his real name.
No.
Right.
But you
that is the coolest name then on the planet.
There you go. That's what I'm saying. Give your kids a cool name.
No, but then you hate the parents who do that.
But okay, there was a guy, and I think he's still in the system. He's got to be for the Red Sox. Blaze Jordan.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
That guy's getting drafted.
Not only that, he better be fast.
I think he's more of a dinger guy, but
not with
Blaze Jordan.
Can't be.
That guy is getting drafted.
Sure.
Yes. Yeah. Come on.
The craziest one to me, unrelated, the guy who directed Spider-Man, the Garfield ones, his name's Mark Webb.
That's pretty cool.
So, hey, that might be why he got the job.
See?
Who knows?
Hey, this guy knows webs.
Anyways.
This guy knows spiders.
Yeah. Just a little fun fact for the day.
All right, we got to get hot again because last night I'm done with college basketball.
I think Simone got the only one right with Tristan Newton over 6 assists. I believe he finished with 7. I could be wrong.
Great job, Simone.
Simone was also trying to cook the books yesterday on her prop, her personal prop of 8 daps at the live show yesterday.
That's right.
The watch party yesterday. Soliciting daps. I don't know if I want to. I didn't.
What's up, dog? What's up, big dog?
A little foul to me.
Yeah.
Wait, what happened?
So basically, we made over-unders for the event. I had pictures taken. Chris had shuffleboard games lost. And Simone had daps. That's why she was going up to everybody saying, what's up,
so
dog? Dapping people up.
Yeah.
So she would hit her over.
Yeah.
That's some insider trading.
Right. So we didn't count them.
Yeah.
So nobody hit on anything.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It felt dirty to me.
It was a great day for the brand, bad day for props.
I'm back to clean things up for you guys.
Here you go.
Right.
The 209 CEO of Nintendo America is Doug Bowser.
Yes, that's true.
Yes.
That's crazy.
Yeah.
Doug
insane.
Bowser. Amid Rock also says Mookie Betts. Come on. Your name's Mookie Betts.
Mm-hmm.
You're going to be known.
Can't stand next to Ohtani.
Ohtani Betts. All right, I'll start it off because I gotta cleanse here, and I'm just gonna keep rolling. I'm gonna keep it simple. It's harder to go outside the box these days because you never know who they're gonna give us, from Trey Lyles to Keon Ellis. I think it's just gonna have to be Keegan Murray based on volume again. I'm going Keegan Murray, and I'm going Keegan Murray. It's at 17.5. I'm debating Chris. Between 17.5 points by itself, 19.5 points assists, and 23.5 points rebounds. He has been rebounding a lot lately, but I think I'm gonna go with Keegan Murray, the playmaker, 19.5 points assists.
Interesting. I'll just jump in here. Keegan, I was going with him as well.
Same. I was going to.
Real? No,
I was.
Do you
going
want
to.
it? Should we do the trifecta?
Nope.
We'll see who hits.
Okay.
All three could technically hit.
That's true. I'm going to do Keegan 7.5 rebounds and assists over, but I'm not happy about it. Keegan Murray 7.5 rebounds and assists combined over. That's it. I want it to be I want Keegan to make his mark felt on the Thunder.
I can switch up too because there's an obvious one here.
I was going to go with Keegan 17.5 points, but you guys pretty much covered all that.
You keep that one, Chris. I got one.
I have
No, I have one other one.
No, but you already had your chance, and now it's my turn. It's my turn.
And then we're going to say the same one. The second one. Which one is it, Chris? What do you have?
I'm going De'Aaron Fox, blocks and steals 2.5. He has had a steal in, I think it's been like 15 or 20 straight games or something like that. He's pushing on Doug Christie's franchise record for most consecutive games with the steal. I'm going De'Aaron Fox over 2.5 blocks and steals against the one guy who maybe steals more than De'Aaron and Shea.
That's beautiful. I love it. Alan, what's your
revised?
No, I'll stay.
You do whatever you want.
Yeah, we got a couple. What was your revised one?
My revised one was going to say the obvious one is that Sabonis always gives it to Chet. So I was going to say Sabonis 28.5 points and assists.
Dang, he's at 14.5 rebounds. That's crazy.
But that's been light.
Yeah, but then he gets out there.
He had 20 last game.
I know. It's just seeing that number is crazy.
It's scary.
I like the assist because
the most hated man
that bodes better for the Kings winning the basketball game.
28 is a good number.
28.5.
28.
Doing like 19 and 9 and 20 and yeah, you know. It's not bad. So do you want, what's your official stamp?
No, I'll say it, Keegan.
Keegan Murray. So we have Allen, Keegan Murray, points plus assists, 19.5. Nate, Keegan Murray, rebounds plus assists, 7.5. That feels like a really good number. And I have De'Aaron Fox, blocks plus steals over 2.5.
I think I'm the most confident in Chris's.
I actually like your number because the rebounds, again, like the other day, he had 4 assists. The game before that, he had 3. And then on the rebounding front, like he's had a couple, I think he had an 11 rebound game and a 7 one. So
wasn't that the assist thing though? Weren't we just talking about how he needs to, or Mike Brown or someone were talking about how he needs to dish the ball out? So that might have been an anomaly. Like,
no, but he's been getting the 3 lately, and he's been doing more. And I think he talked about the playmaking. So I mean, he's trying, right? So
yeah,
I mean, I like it. Let's see the last 10 games.
He's had 4 assists in the last 2 games. Each of the last 2 games, he had 4 assists. He had 2 against the Clippers. He had 3 against Utah. He had none against the Knicks. But I don't know. I feel like it's a pretty good number.
It's funny. I mean, this is how they do it, right? They have it set at 7.5. Keegan, the last 10 games, 5 rebounds. Last 10 games, 2.2 assists. So he's at 7.2.
Well, I think we're at the point of the show now where we have to ask the question.
Who let the dogs out?
Bonus.
Your dog of the game. This is the dog of the game, by the way.
Yeah. My dog. I didn't take him for the prop talk, so I'm taking him for dog.
Yeah.
Cave his chest in over and over and over again. He can't handle you.
No, he can't.
He's
He really
not
can't.
built like you. He don't drink muscle milk.
Nope.
He's
not
Purina.
He ain't in the weight room. He's not doing it. He went to Gonzaga after you.
That's right.
After you.
That's right.
After
He
you.
wants to be you.
He wants to be you.
It's a bonus, my dog.
It's a really good pick. It's probably the best pick you're going to get. I don't want to piggyback off it. I'm going to go. You know what? I picked De'Aaron, so I'll pick Keegan as my dog. I'll just kind of, piggyback off of your guys'.
That's a trifecta
prop
in a way.
There you go.
Yeah. Keon Ellis.
Ooh.
Why not? I know
Yeah.
foul trouble. You were talking about that earlier.
Yeah,
so.
and honestly, it was just more of something that I was worried about. But in reality, he's played Shea well. It's all we're gonna know, man. That first foul, Chris, I'm really worried. Whenever that first foul comes, I'm worried because Shea is gonna be in full grifter mode today. But hopefully, the refs continue what they've been doing and let the boys play, ref. Just like Coach Boone said. When we return, a little bit of crosstalk. Stiles Watkins, Sactown Sports.
Subscribe to Sactown Sports on YouTube and watch the Carmichael Dave Show with Jason Ross, Stiles and Watkins, and the Drive Guys live Monday through Friday from 6 to 6. Plus, view archive shows and exclusive content.
Subscribe at youtube.com/Sactown Sports.
The IRS finally caught up with Louie.
I hadn't paid my taxes in 8 years. I owe the IRS a lot of money.
Louie was in deep trouble.
We're going to take your house, put a lien on your bank account, garnish your pay. They don't care. They're going to take your paycheck.
Louie found out about Optima Tax Relief, the leading tax resolution firm. A+ rated by the Better Business Bureau, they've resolved over $1 billion for their clients.
Optima Tax, they help me. They calm me down. They make me feel comfortable, and I trust them.
Louie has a lot to be thankful for.
I don't owe the IRS anymore, and I'm able to live a comfortable life, a lot better life. It was because of Optima Tax.
For tax help you can trust, call Optima now for a free consultation. Take it from Louie.
If you owe the IRS, don't go it alone. Give Optima Tax a call. They can help you.
Call 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460.
Optima Tax Relief.
Testimonial from an actual client. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Urgent Camp Lejeune settlement message. The government will soon begin providing fast, guaranteed settlements to Camp Lejeune Marines, families, and civilians. Awards will range between $100,000 and $550,000 with an option for higher amounts. If you or a loved one spent time at Camp Lejeune and suffered cancers of the bladder, liver or kidneys, leukemia, non-Hodgkin's lymphoma, Parkinson's, or kidney issues, you may be entitled to a significant financial reward for your Camp Lejeune claim and could be paid within 60 days after accepting your settlement with your VA benefits fully protected. But the deadline for filing is fast approaching, so you need to act now. Call the James Harris Law Camp Lejeune helpline now to get the compensation you deserve. We're already fighting for thousands harmed by the water at Camp Lejeune, and with the deadline coming, you need to call now or you may forever lose your right to a settlement between $100,000 and $550,000. For your free evaluation, call 800-738-2277, 800-738-2277, 800-738-2277.
Hey, what's up? We're talking to Chad Hoblet, of Hoblet Dodge, Chrysler, Jeep, Ram, and Woodland. What's going on for Dodge's last call sales event?
We're celebrating 75 years in business by offering 75 new Dodge Chargers and Challengers at enormous discounted prices to say thank you. Right now, get your hands on the last of the gas-powered 2023 Dodge Charger and Challenger GTs and SXTs and save up to $13,000 off MSRP. But you better hurry in because you only have until April 13th.
How about the Scat Packs? You got any deals on those?
Yep. We've got some of the biggest savings I've ever seen. But like I said, you better hurry in because these are the very last of the gas-powered Chargers and Challengers. And you only have until April 13th to cash in on this anniversary savings.
Well, you better get moving to Hoblet Dodge in Woodland or search, select, and save through our whole inventory at hobletdodge.com. Unbeatable prices, unbeatable selection. Nobody beats Hoblet, period.
13,000 net savings on Dodge Charger Challenger SXT after 8420 factory rebates and 4,600 dealer discounts. May include 500 first responder cash. Must be current member of eligible First Responder Association. 10% savings. See dealer for details.
Jerry and Kenny here from Bell Brothers. And if you've even thought of replacing your old, outdated, inefficient windows, now is the time to take action.
Right now at Bell Brothers, when you buy one window, you'll get the second one for 30% off. That's right. Buy one, get the second one 30% off.
That's real savings, up to $6,000. You have to buy at least 4 windows to qualify, and you can't mix windows and doors. But beyond that, every second window is 30% off.
For example, when you buy 10 windows, you will get 5 windows at 30% off. We also have 0% interest financing available for qualified buyers. Call for details.
To take advantage of our buy one, get one 30% off sale, call Bell Brothers now at 916-444-1234 or find us online at theNoSurpriseGuys.com.
The No Surprise Guys, Bell Brothers.
Maida Chevy saves you $10,000 off MSRP on every new 2024 half-ton Silverado, LT, RST, and LTZ in stock after rebate. Over 50 to choose from.
Exclusive all in-stock pricing at MaidaChevy.com. Together, let's drive.
See deal for details. M43024.
Sactown Sports.
Check us out on YouTube. Search Sactown Sports and subscribe.
From the 916, our guy Steven. I got an APB out on him, but count me in for Harrison Barnes for my dog. That's always so scary to pick Harrison Barnes. Joe Giroux saying he feels used by Simone for dapping him up.
You should, Joe.
Dapping Simone up last night. You should, Joe.
Yeah, I was not very kind.
You really should. And Nate, we have the wide receiver trios according to CBS. Okay. And they have, and honestly, I'll tell you which one I think is the most surprising after I read them. They have number 5, the Eagles, AJ Brown, Devontae Smith, Devontae Parker. Number 4, Brandon Ayuk, Deebo Samuel, Juwan Jennings. Number 3, Jamar Chase, T. Higgins, Trenton Irwin. Number 2, Tyreek Hill, Jalen Waddle, Braxton Berrios. Number 1, Stephon Diggs, Nico Collins, Tank Dell.
Oh,
what doesn't belong?
Number 1.
Right?
I don't know.
Number 1?
If we're doing trios, I think Tank Dell is by far the best third receiver that I heard.
I agree with that. I agree with that.
Dude, number 1 is crazy.
The problem with number 2,
are sleeping on Nico Collins.
Where were the Bengals?
The Bengals were 3. Jamar Chase, T. Higgins, Trenton Irwin.
They're my 1.
The issue with
but
number
they lost, Tyler Boyd.
Right. The issue with number 2, or they would be 1. The issue with number 2, no disrespect whatsoever to Braxton Berrios, is Braxton Berrios.
Exactly. Yeah. I mean, he's definitely anchoring down a lot there. I mean, I don't really have an issue with the Texans being number 1 there. I kind of don't get the Eagles. I think Devontae Parker is fine, but I haven't really thought of Devontae Parker in a while. I mean, he was a decent receiver.
He's a good 3, right? I feel like any of these can go anywhere. Pretty much. It's just like
why trios? Also,
yeah,
trios why? Because to me, the trio is the thing that makes
bored.
this a list that is completely different.
My issue is number 1. They haven't played together. That's my problem. That's my number 1 issue. The Houston Texans have not.
Sure.
Stephon Diggs hasn't had a snap.
Speaking of, number 6 is DJ Moore, Keenan Allen, and Tyler Scott.
Never heard of Tyler Scott a day in my life. So,
and also Keenan Allen doesn't actually play.
I would probably I would say the Niners probably deserve to be number 3. At the worst, I would say they deserve to be number 3.
This isn't even accounting tight ends, obviously, right?
Right. Well,
this is straight
I
up
guess not. Right.
Yeah, right.
I don't know.
That would be just weapons, I guess, best weapons, which I think the Niners would be much higher on the
Juwan
list.
Jennings was a real contributor
Dude,
too.
he's only
kind of crazy.
I think they're only on this list because Juwan Jennings balled out in the Super Bowl. I literally think that's why the Niners are 4. I don't think they would have been.
Well, because of that, I think more people know who Juwan Jennings is than Trenton Irwin or Devontae Parker or Tyler Scott
or Braxton
Berrios. The reason want to know why I know Braxton Berrios? Because he's always available in fantasy, and I'm always looking for a wide receiver when the buys come.
Yeah.
And
he's never productive.
Speaking of number 4, that was the Niners trio, but number 1 in your hearts.
I was wondering where you were going there.
I always got something. I don't get worried. I always bring it on
waiver wire. Speaking of the waiver wire in fantasy. That was well played.
No, that was well played. Whitey, good to see you. Huge game for the Kings tonight against the Thunder. You know, they've played the Thunder well, and I know they're missing guys this go-round with Kevin Huerter and Malik Monk out. But it's one of those games, and I was telling Chris, it's one of those teams where even though they're successful, I'm just not convinced that they're actually a good matchup for the Thunder, even though they continue to play well against them.
Yeah, going back to the summer with Chris when we were doing our crazy show, we were making all our predictions. I predicted that the first round of the playoffs would be the Thunder against the Kings, a 4 and a 5.
Did you really?
Yes, I had the Thunder as the 4. And now it could still be a 3-6. It could still happen. But I am not surprised by how good the Thunder have been this year. I know Shea's supposed to play tonight. I read in the Oklahoma City newspaper he's been playing in and out the last 10 games, hasn't played well, but it's a really good team. This Thunder team.
Yeah, and it's to the point now with the Kings where you lose enough games to where now these are all gotta have it.
It's a crazy night, right?
It's a crazy night.
You got the Lakers playing the Warriors, and you got the Pelicans playing, and the Suns are playing. So you could be like tied for 6th mathematically, or you could be 9th all by yourself.
Yeah. You have this is a gotta have it, and there's a big chance, there's a good chance, or there's half a chance that they won't have it, and then we'll discuss that and react accordingly. We were talking about who needs to step up, and obviously we know Keegan Murray, De'Aaron Fox, and Sabonis. But if you look outside of those guys, to me, Trey Lyles is a dude who that could be your found money. He's always going to find himself open on the perimeter. He does enough defensively and does enough on the boards. But that's the guy who, if he's on, you can survive not having Malik.
I feel like, what do you think of this, Chris? I feel like he's kind of become their emotional core now. It was Malik. Malik's still obviously supporting as much as he can on the bench, but on the court, I feel like Trey Lyles now has become that. All right, I'm like the real emotional backbone of the team.
Yeah, I mean, I haven't really looked for it, but it wouldn't surprise me if that's how it's gone, because I mean, he really was the guy who everybody talked about, you know, who's the dog on the team, who's the guy who speaks up in the locker room. And you know, I think even earlier this season when they had the players only meeting, if I'm not mistaken, it was Trey Lyles who kind of initiated it. I don't think he called it, but I think he asked De'Aaron, like, do you think this would be a good idea? And then, you know, there's the notorious game against Milwaukee where Trey is the only one who's getting into a fight with Giannis and Brook Lopez. And I think it would make sense if Trey is the guy who's kind of stepped up as the emotional leader. I think Malik is still really present too. I talked about a video the other day of Mike Brown messing around in practice. He runs into the stands at the arena, daps up Malik. So I do think Malik Monk is still really present, but as we've talked about, when it just comes to leadership on this team in general, it's a whole lot different for somebody who's actually on the floor. And it wouldn't surprise me if, Trey has definitely stepped up and been that guy.
By the way, that video that you're talking about,
yes,
it's a carry,
it's a
man.
big carry.
Oh my goodness.
Mike Brown, It wasn't the most form friendly, but you know, and he claims I don't want to say he's lying, but Mike Brown says he played pretty high level basketball, right?
I believe,
because he always used to talk about how him and Doug actually played against each other, and I think Doug killed him when he was at Pepperdine. But I was a little surprised to see, like, I don't know, that handle wasn't quite as tight as what I was expecting. You know, we've seen Stan Van Gundy's handle in a video, and it looked a lot tighter than Mike Brown. So I don't know how I feel about that.
So you saw his video.
I did see his video. Yes, his little step back the other day. Oh yeah,
Brendan Nunez said it was a travel. Brendan, if you're listening, it wasn't a travel. All right, you get a step back there. Speaking of Whitey.
It's a gather.
It's a gather.
It's a gather.
Okay.
Look it up. Gather. I'm coming off an Achilles. Whitey, earlier in the show, we had something floating around, and this person said 20 shots, free throw opportunity. You get 20 shots at the free throw. If you make one, you get $20 million. If you miss all 20, you get 20 years in a state penitentiary. We all agree that we would do it. Chris goes as far as to say, I think I can make 1 out of 20 blindfolded.
I'm sure he could.
Yeah, thank you. It's
I bet you I could make at least 4, and I'm not saying Chris couldn't.
It's not that crazy.
Are we just thinking it's muscle memory? We know how far it is.
Yeah, I mean, it depends. If you obviously you got to have somebody telling you that was
sure,
long.
No.
If you can't see anything,
then I still think
it'd be
kind
of tough.
I think you could. 20 is just a lot. That was my thing. It's like I feel like I could hit.
Mix in some banks, try some banks.
Like free throw line is the great equalizer. Like you could have Whitey could outshoot De'Aaron Fox in a free throw shooting contest, and that's not absurd. Like if you take 20 free throws, you're probably going to hit. Unblindfolded, you're probably going to hit at least 10. Like that's 50% from the free throw line, which is terrible. Ben Wallace shot like 55%.
Right.
You're telling me you can't hit 1? You're telling me you're going to go 0 for 20?
Right. I hear you.
What's the most you've made in a row? Free throws, just fooling around.
Yeah, my dad. When I was still playing, we would just go back and forth. And I mean, I don't know. I think I've gotten 10 out of 10 one time, but I've never just kept going. We would just do best out of 10.
Right, out of 10.
So the answer's 10.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
I was always a 7 out of 10 guy.
Never. If you get to 7, you just feel good.
Yeah, that's the number.
But you don't start until you make the first, right? That's fair, right?
I would say so. I don't think that's for the penitentiary question. I don't think they give you those. I don't think they give you that. But
if you shoot your free throws and you have your routine and everything, and you really practice it,
it's muscle memory.
It's very doable.
Yeah, very much so.
Well, maybe we'll get into Golden One during the summer, and we'll put some things on the line.
Park. We don't even got to go to Golden One.
Go to the park right now.
Anyway,
I can shoot a free throw.
Hey, man, bring an officer. I don't care. I'm ready.
I shot around Easter weekend.
I'm still trying to get that 2-on-2 tournament together.
I'm a little bit far. Well, I'm a little bit far away for that, but you guys can go.
You
ahead.
could coach, so it'd be
officiate
Chris, and then I don't know if he wants to play with Nate or Simone.
Sure, we'll figure it out.
I'm in.
Maybe I'll just speed up my process. I will speed up my rehab process.
I don't think that's a good idea.
I did my own research. Thanks for listening to Stiles and Watkins. You have the Drive Guys up next. Whitey Gleason, Kyle Draper, and our guy Jay. Let's see what the Kings can do tonight. And until tomorrow, secure the bag, light the beam.
It's the final road game of the regular season for the Sacramento Kings.
Blocked over the shoulder by Sabonis, and it's grabbed by Colby Jones. 32